Good morning, everybody. Thanks for
morning.
coming back. It's always a good thing. At this point, we will move right into our consent agenda motion.
Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Richard.
Good morning, everybody.
Any comment?
Thanks for coming back.
Seeing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
At this point, we will
Motion
move
is
right
approved.
into our consent agenda
And with that,
motion.
Chairman
Madam President,
Ashley,
I
we will
move to
move
approve the
over
consent
to
agenda as
your
presented.
agenda.
Is there a
Thank you,
second?
Madam President.
Seconded by Richard.
Good morning.
Any
Uh,
comments?
The first of our items
Seeing
are
none, all in favor of the
under the
motion?
HR function of the Bar Committee.
And
The
with
first
that,
item is Chief
Chairman
Executive
Ashley, we will
Officer
move over
salaries.
to your agenda.
These have been determined
Thank you.
by the board and in conjunction with direction from the Governor's Office. The Bar Committee looked at these and were comfortable with them, and I would be happy to go into motion. There are several motions in the first item.
Please.
The first motion is I move to approve an hourly rate of $76.57, annual salary of $159,266 for Matt Freeman as Executive Director of the State Board of Education, effective June 16th, 2019.
Is there a second?
An hourly rate of $76.57.
All in favor, any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I move to approve an hourly rate of $55.80, annual salary of $116,064 for Jane Donnellan as Administrator of the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, effective June 16th, 2019. I can read all of these and just do it in one motion. Would that be
That would be great.
okay? And I move to approve an hourly rate of $56.06, annual salary of $116,605 for Ron Panesci as General Manager of Idaho Public Television, effective June 16th, 2019. And I move to approve an hourly rate of $59.38, annual salary of $123,510 for Dwight Johnson as Administrator of the Division of Career and Technical Education, effective June 16th, 2019. And I move to approve the First Amendment to Cynthia Pemberton's contract as President of Lewis Clark State College to set the annual salary at $240,000, effective July 1st, 2019. And finally, I move to approve the Second Amendment to Kevin Satterley's contract as President of Idaho State University to set the annual salary at $400,000, effective June 16th, 2019.
Is there a second on the motions? Seconded by Don. Any discussion?
I move to approve the Second Amendment.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is from Boise State University. It is a new multi-year contract for Gordon Presnell, head of the women's basketball program at Boise State. This has been reviewed and has increased liquidated damages. We didn't hear anything from bar committee members, so I will go to motion, if that's acceptable. Thank you. I move to approve the request by Boise State University to enter into a new multi-year agreement as proposed with Gordon Presnell, head women's basketball coach, for a term commencing on July 1st, 2019, and terminating March 31st, 2024, with a base salary of $300,000 as proposed in Attachment 1.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Richard. Any discussion, comment?
I would just note that the liquidated damages for this contract are almost the same as for the next contract, which has a considerably smaller base salary.
Any discussion, comment?
Just for your information.
Richard.
Madam President, as the acting and perhaps last chair of the athletic committee, I'd like to commend Boise State on making progress on liquidated damages. I think it's more difficult to make progress on liquidated damage with existing coaches than it is for new. But I think it's a clear understanding, at least I hope it's a clear understanding with all the institutions. The liquidated damages need to be looked at seriously to protect the interest of the institution.
Thank Thank you.
coaches
Other comments or?
it is for new, but I think it's a clear
discussion?
understanding.
So the motion has been made and seconded by Richard. All in favor?
Aye.
The liquidated
Motion
damages
carries. Thank you.
Need to be looked at
The
seriously to protect the
third item
interests.
in this section is a multi-year contract for the new head men's basketball coach, Ryan Looney, at Idaho State University.
Motion has been made and seconded by Richard. All in favor?
This,
Motion carries. Thank you.
as I mentioned, the liquidated damages are almost the same, but Barr was happier with this format here for this particular coach in this particular case. So I will move to motion. I move to approve the request by Idaho State University to extend the multi-year employment contract with Ryan Looney as men's basketball coach, as described in Attachment 1, for a fixed term effective July 1st, 2019, and expiring May 5th, 2024.
I move to approve the request by Idaho State
Seconded by
University to
Don.
extend the
Any
multi-year
comment or
employment contract with
discussion?
Ryan Looney as men's basketball coach.
Madam President,
Yes.
just
As described
one
in
comment
Attachment 1,
relative to the
for a
changes
fixed
we
term
made that
effective
allowed us to
July 1st,
approve fewer
2019,
contracts.
expiring
Barr
May
may
5th,
want to reconsider the financial, or the term limit,
Discussion?
and do away with the term limit piece of it and just go on the salary. I think it's pretty much a trend with all the athletic contracts now. They're all going longer term. They're going to be, I think, pretty much 5 years. And I think the original notion was to deal with those high dollar contracts, that they should come to the board. So just an idea for Barr to consider further.
Thank you. I think that's valid.
I think pretty much 5 years, and I think the original notion was to deal with those high dollar.
Well, I'll just leave it at that.
They should come to the board.
Other comments or discussion on the motion?
An idea for Barr to consider further.
Thank you.
All in favor?
I think that's,
Aye.
that's valid.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is the approval of fiscal year 2020 appropriated funds operating budgets.
All in favor?
This is proposed budgets for all of our institutions and
Our next item is
and our other auxiliary
2020
things that we
appropriated funds
supervise,
operating
including
budgets.
CTE and others. And we would like to have the financial folks from each of the institutions to start with, to
Okay.
come up and be available to answer questions about the operating budgets, and maybe give us a quick picture of
Others.
what they
We
are
would
doing.
like to have the financial folks from each of the institutions to start with, to come up and be available to answer questions about the operating budgets, and maybe give us a quick picture of what they are doing.
And we can pull chairs in from the sides as well. Squeeze everybody in. And we can pull chairs in from the sides as well. Ron, there's one right here in the middle. Or anybody that wants to, there's one right center, yes.
All right, would anyone like to go to the mat with us on their budget first?
Or anybody wants to, there's one right.
Thank you.
A brief summary of our budget for this year.
Anyone like to go to
Thank you.
Matt with us
So
on
our
budget
state
first?
funds are increasing about $5.4 million this year.
If you'll speak right into the microphone, that'll be helpful for us.
To move it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so of that amount,
Will you say that amount over?
$5,385,000. About $2.2 million of that is for CEC.
If you'll speak right into the
$2.5
microphone.
million for enrollment workload adjustment, and just under $700,000 for occupancy cost.
Will
The
you say that amount over?
enrollment workload adjustment is primarily going into instructional investment to support our students, as well as student services to support some scholarships and advising, as well as some administrative infrastructure. the 600 or roughly 700,000 for occupancy costs primarily supports our new fine arts building, our new Center for Fine Arts, and a portion of it for our Micron Center for Material Research. And so that is about half the amount that was requested. So we're going to have to backfill with one-time funds that gap and request those again next year.
Okay, thank you. We are talking about the operating budgets right now, not line items, but who would like to, Kevin, do you want to go ahead for us?
Sure, thank you. Our VP of Finance, Glenn Nelson,
Okay, thank you.
had a pre-existing
We are talking about
when
the
I
operating
hired him
budgets right
for
now,
this
not
week,
line
so
items.
I'm pinch hitting as VP of Finance. But, yeah, that's right. But Bob Height, our controller, is here with me today to essentially, in our operating budget this year, the biggest thing that should stand out, I think, to the board is the fact that we're undergoing a budget reset, and this is the one that I've mentioned to the board members several times now. One of the primary things we are doing, which hadn't been done in the past, is making a direct connection between our enrollment numbers and our budget numbers, so that the enrollment and the tuition comes with that. So there's kind of a big reset number in our budget. Of our new money from the legislature this year, if you look on tab 1, page 1 of our attachment, it's really most of our increase in the budget is the CEC. Other than that, there's only some pretty small increases to our budget this year. When we do the reset, we're expecting this year that we will have an operating deficit. The total amount of that operating deficit will depend a lot on our fall and our spring enrollments, and so we'll see where that is. We think worst case scenario, overall operating deficit would be probably in the 6 million range. We're hoping it's not that, but once we do the reset, it'll give us a better idea where we are. You have anything to add to that?
Madam President, if I could, one thing that would be of interest to me, and what we're really doing here is just approving a budget that's already been allocated to you. So I guess I would be interested specifically, all of you got pretty significant increases in tuition. I don't know whether you anticipated them being that generous or not, but I would appreciate some indication of what that money will then do, where it will be applied. So I guess I would be interested specifically, all of you got pretty
Well,
significant increases in tuition.
Madam President, members of the board, for the change in the tuition that we received at Idaho State will probably not necessarily specifically be added anywhere, but will be used to apply to that deficit, that operating deficit that we see. Ultimately, that's the real answer to what happens to our tuition at Idaho State.
Okay, University of Idaho, would you like to highlight your budget for us, please?
I'm going to try to get that good and close. President Critchfield and Board Member Ashley. Trina Mahoney, our budget director, is here with me today, and she'll provide some of the detail. I think one of the primary points when Trina completes just a summary is I want to discuss with the board the budgeted deficit for our general education fund this year. It is significant going into fiscal year 20, and I want to make the board aware of that and also provide some detail on our plan to address that in both fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21.
Please.
Right, good morning, I'm Trina Mahoney, the budget director, as you pointed out. So the University of Idaho's gen ed budget will be $192 million to address the question about tuition proceeds. Most of that will go towards funding the portion of CEC on general education that was not funded by the state and to help offset the impact of enrollment changes in the university. Excuse me, the main increase to our budget was again, the state portion of the CEC, and we did receive some enrollment workload adjustment, about $600,000.
If I can direct you to attachment 14, tab 1, page 1, you'll see down at the bottom of the page a budgeted deficit of $11,638,700. For convenience sake, I've rounded that up to $12 million as the anticipated budgeted deficit for fiscal year 20. I say anticipated because a significant portion of that deficit is connected to projections, tuition projections, and those are driven, as President Satterley indicated, those are connected to our enrollment. So we won't truly know where those numbers land until we get into the fall semester, usually late September, early October. But for now, we're using that estimate of $12 million. I'll just give you some detail for the drivers there. For fiscal year 20, we realized a $1.2 million reduction in the state's funding for health insurance. That actually became effective in fiscal year 19, but the state did provide some one-time funding to offset the impact of that. In the current year, there was no such one-time funding provided for fiscal year 20, so we feel the effect of that cut in fiscal year 20 for $1.2 million. We also have a somewhat unique mechanism at the University of Idaho. You may have heard me refer to this before, called the consolidated fringe rate. It is the mechanism we use to charge departments for the cost associated with employee benefits. That is a rate that must be approved by the federal government, because we do use that rate to also charge federal grants and contracts for benefit costs as well. And to be honest, that rate moves up and down as our experience changes over time. There's a significant increase anticipated in those consolidated fringe rates for fiscal year 20, which imposes about a $5.9 million impact on the general education fund. So those two factors combined add up to $7.1 million related to increases in benefit costs for fiscal year 20. Lastly, we're anticipating, and this is just a projection, again, we'll know better in the fall, but we're anticipating about a $4.5 million reduction in total tuition as we complete year 2 of the 4-year transition to full participation in the WUI program. Board members may recall that about a year ago, April, it was the U of I board meeting. I believe the board had been asked by WICHE to approach the university about either sort of getting all the way into the WUI program or getting all the way out, but having sort of one foot in and 1 foot out was not an acceptable approach. We feel good about our ability to recruit students from WICHE states into the future, but we anticipated that there would be a short-term cost associated with full implementation of that program. In essence, what it's meaning over time is that a student, I'll just use an example, a student from Nevada who graduates as a senior who had been paying full freight as a non-resident student, think on the order of $24,000 a year, is now being replaced by an incoming freshman from Nevada or Wyoming or Colorado or any other WICHE state, and is now eligible for the WICHE tuition rate, which is roughly half of the full non-res rate. So even if our enrollment were to stay flat in any one of those 4 years of transition, we lose half of the revenue that would otherwise have been collected from those non-resident students. So we knew going into this that there would be revenue impacts during probably the first 4 years as we fully transition to this program. Our goal, of course, is to enhance recruitment of students from those WICHE states such that the number of students ultimately offsets the impact of the reduction in rate. Unfortunately, that takes time for marketing and recruiting efforts to occur, and honestly, time for word of mouth to circulate through those high schools in those states that the university is again back to full participation in the WUI program. Again, our estimate for the coming fiscal year is $4.5 million on top of the $7 million benefits impact, brings us to just under $12 million. Again, I've rounded to $12 million for convenience. And then I don't see Board Member Hill here, but I engaged in a conversation with him in December about the concept of anticipatory budget holdbacks. If you know you're going to have a problem with the budget during the year, don't wait until you get several months into the year and can absolutely finalize and nail down the number and then announce budget reductions. If you think you're going to have a challenge, do that right at the beginning of the year. And so we've taken that $12 million number, added a safety buffer of an additional $2 million, and so our budget reduction target for fiscal year 20 is $14 million. So we think in terms of 8 to 10% of our gen ed budget, and we have dispersed those targets or those reductions out to the individual vice presidents, given them one-time budget holdback targets for the fiscal year. Incoming President Green will review those in early July, but the expectation is that departments will operate on about 90% of the base budget for fiscal year 20, so that we don't lose ground as we complete the fiscal year. We take very seriously the board's expectation that we will restore the 5% reserve calculated based on our unrestricted net position. So if we lose any ground in fiscal year 20 as a result of a budgeted deficit, we would lose ground on that commitment. So vice presidents are under an obligation to operate within those reduced budgets.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Certainly, the U of I enrollment picture has not been real pretty. Does this budget reflect additional investment in issues of enrollment and recruitment and so forth?
So I can give you just a
The U of I.
quick, maybe a preview of what we expect enrollment to look like in the fall. One of the challenges, of course, has been the number of students attending at the University of Idaho. Fortunately, it appears that that trend is stabilizing. In fact, the figures for the incoming freshman class are very encouraging. I think the most recent report I reviewed indicated that we expect the freshman class to be up 15% over the prior year. Obviously, we have still several weeks to go before we know the exact size of that class, but we expect that freshman class will be up. Unfortunately, we are experiencing some challenges with continuing students, so we see drop in the number of continuing students, increase in the number of new students. Overall, that results in sort of a stabilizing of the enrollment trend. The remaining challenge, of course, is that our rate, as a result of participation in the WUI program, has gone down. So it's primarily changes in rate that are driving the tuition issues this year. We have increased investment significantly in what we call our strategic enrollment management function. This is connected to recruiting and retention of students. Although I will say that the fiscal year 20 budget does not really necessarily invest any additional funds at this time. We've had significant investment over the last few years in strategic enrollment management, but again, to be very honest with the board, fiscal year 20 is try to keep your head above water year, and there wasn't much investment in anything beyond, as Trina indicated, simply CEC for employees, and we didn't do anything beyond what the state funded.
Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, because we spend plenty of time at it.
Yes, sir.
I head the audit committee as of this year, and so we've had a lot of this same discussion. I just want for the record to say that we've been working closely through the audit committee of the board with each of the universities, but certainly with the University of Idaho on those structural concerns in being able to get not only your head above water, as you said, but really to start to build back to where you'd like to be. And one of the concerns I expressed was that looking at the trend line on your health last year, that even with the really proactive work that you've talked about over this year and next year, that there's a risk that you're going to tread water if we see that same action, which would mean, in my mind, if this were my organization, that I'd then have to go deeper into the reductions in budgets across the organization. Your concern at the last audit committee meeting was appropriate, that there's that balance of, do we start to hurt the underlying ability to produce what it is that we produce, which is the instruction and the experience, et cetera, on that balance. But if you do hit, if these trends did continue this year, what do you do to make sure that that you can still stay on track to get back to more of a positive position? What do you do?
Board Member Scoggin, I appreciate your involvement through the audit committee, and I will say, while I understand that we are accountable to the entire board by virtue of your position as chair of the audit committee, I consider myself primarily accountable to you as we continue to work through these challenges. There is one other element to the initial plan, and I will call this an initial plan because while incoming President Green has certainly been involved in conversations, he does not yet have the benefit of having had a day of boots on the ground at the University of Idaho, so he has largely turned to the provost and me as the VP for Finance to lead this effort in the short term, and certainly he'll be more involved as he comes on board. Another element of this plan, sort of recovery plan, if I can call it that incoming President Green has approved is, and I want to be careful about the term I use here, I hesitate to call it a freeze of existing balances because that would suggest that somehow centrally we reached out and we took these balances away from individual units. So I need to stop short of saying that, but we did issue a directive to each one of the vice presidents and through the provost down to the deans that the current fund balances that exist as of June 30th must be effectively frozen within their areas of responsibility. Board Member Hill talked at the audit committee meeting, for example, about the concept of sweeping those those dollars back into the center. And I do need to say that we did not do that. But what we're anticipating doing is taking a snapshot of those June 30th balances by area of responsibility, and have already issued then a directive to each unit supervisor, deans, and vice presidents that at the end of fiscal year 20, they must have at least that much fund balance, or ideally more. Board Member Scoggin, the idea would be that we would grow those balances, but we don't want to see those balances diminished in any way, as that exacerbates our challenge in meeting the 5% reserve requirement. Specific to the health insurance challenge, I just need to be very candid and say here, we're considering whether it makes sense to continue to have a self-funded plan. We do have an alternative, and I have a meeting scheduled on July 9 with Jennifer Pike, who is the administrator of the state's Office of Group Insurance, to discuss a potential transition to the state's health insurance plan. And I would say that the primary motivation behind that move is to eliminate the risk of increases in benefit cost and this is a very real concern in my mind, potential additional decreases in the level of state health insurance funding. The state's had some pretty positive experience lately, and for the last couple of years they have either cut health insurance rates or considered cutting those rates, granting premium holidays to employees and other kinds of things that we can't necessarily do because we're not on that plan. And just very, in sort of a blunt way, I just want to say that, for example, I don't know, I'll just use BSU as an example. They happen to be on the state's health insurance plan. They don't particularly care whether the state funds health insurance at $12,000 or $4,000 because it's a straight pass-through. Whatever you give me in the left hand, I'm going to hand right back to you in the right hand, and the health insurance is covered. The University of Idaho is not in that situation. If the state gives us $1 million less, that translates into a direct cut. We must then either increase the cost to our employees or engage in plan modification to decrease anticipated cost and or wind up with a budgeted deficit. So, Board Member Scoggin, we're considering whether that's in our best interest, and within about 2 weeks, I'll be in Boise to have those conversations with the administrator of that department.
Except that when you do have next year a really good trend, then you actually add to your surplus. So it
Yes,
is
sir,
a
very
trade-off.
true.
It's a hard one to tread. The other question, if I might do a follow-up, is that we haven't talked about this as much at the audit committee, but it's been in the periphery, and that is that you've got a number of projects ongoing.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, anyone would be loath to look at things like all of the work now that's been done on the arena, but you have the cafe project, you have, I think, some others that, aren't as high profile. And are you looking at whether some of those might have to be adjusted, delayed, or, canceled, if that would help to take the pressure off of the instructional dollars and put it onto a project like that? I don't know if you've spent much time looking at a priority list of what you might be able to impact on that front.
And Board Member Scoggin, President Green has indicated, I would say maybe not directly, but certainly informally, that we need to do that level of evaluation shortly after he gets to campus. And the two big projects obviously are the ICCU arena and the cafe project, both of approximately the same size. I just, to be very honest with the board, I believe the ship has set sail on the ICCU arena. I mean, we've broken ground and we're moving forward there.
We're aware,
Okay,
and
okay.
so that's why I say you'd be loath to stop that ship, but then there's cafe, but I'm sure there's lots of other, maintenance issues, things that you're looking at, and you're looking at where to create a priority list of if we can't feel good this year to cut that program or reduce that staff, or, are there other places that we could prioritize and say we could start here first, then here, and the deeper that we go, the better. And then the last thing, I apologize for being late, you may have already discussed, was the work that you were doing with regard to the OPEB and whether there's reclassification of some of that. I don't know if you talked about that already.
I haven't yet, sir, but I could discuss that if the board is interested. And to your point about capital projects, Board Member Scoggin, one of the elements of a longer-term financial recovery plan that I intend to propose to incoming President Green is, I'll stop short of using the word moratorium, but certainly slowing down the pace of any internally funded capital projects. I'm not quite as concerned about a capital project that might be funded from gifts, grants, or donations. We do have for example, restricted funds within our College of Ag and Life Science. They have some of their own appropriations, things of that nature. So to the extent that those projects are available, or permanent building fund advisory committee funds, we certainly wouldn't want to slow those projects because we can't take those dollars and do anything else. But any other internally funded project, I think, Board Member Scoggin would absolutely take a back seat to our primary instructional mission and/or compliance-related functions. With respect to our OPEB liability, the board may recall that a change in accounting standard required that we essentially increase the value of that liability that was presented on our balance sheet by about $33 million at the end of fiscal year 18. Once that's occurred, we really only have two alternatives. You either fund the liability such that the difference between the total liability and the amount in irrevocable trust comes to zero and there's nothing left on the balance sheet, or you begin to affect the promises and programs and commitments that drive the amount of the liability. So we are currently considering essentially the retirement programs that we offer and how long we offer those programs, how rich those benefits might be. Just as a for instance, the remaining, I'll say, active program that exists at the University of Idaho is a sick leave conversion option. After retirement, you can take hours of sick leave at your personal hourly rate and use those to buy months of coverage on our health insurance plan. During one of our recent benefits advisory group meetings, the question was raised about whether we should continue to offer that benefit for new employees when they come on at the University of Idaho. That would essentially tie off the OPEB liability, and the only thing then that would be left is just the commitment we have to existing employees and existing retirees. So we're actively considering those options. To call that a minefield, I think, would be a gross understatement. So we will be engaging with outside legal counsel to consider what our options are there. Just so the board will be aware, though, there are options we have discussed that have the ability to impact, and by impact I mean reduce the amount of that liability by as much as $25 million.
Right, and I don't want you to have to go into any kind of detail here about that, but just to know that that's another job that you're focused on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam President, if I could ask a question, I think this one would be directed to Mr. Scoggins, if I could. And I'm having kind of a jurisdictional issue in my mind. It seems to me that if an institution is running a reoccurring operating deficit, material operating deficit, that ought to trip some action at one of the germane boards to say, okay, could we see some kind of financial operating plan going forward to fix
By
that?
boards, committees or boards?
I'm sorry, I meant to say committees.
Okay.
And I'm just trying to decide whether that should be audit or whether that should be bar, and what the tripwire for that ought to be, whether it ought to be when an institution drops below the 5% reserve, is that the tripwire? Or if they have a material operating deficit over multiple years, it should be that. And it's not really too important who does it, as much as somebody ought to be watching that gate.
I think it's a great question, Madam President. Mr. Westberg, I don't know the answer. I don't, I'm brand new to the chairmanship of the audit committee, but analogizing to others, I don't know that the audit committee would drive that, to your point, as much as highlight it and then share with the board what has been found. And then I think you may be right, there may be a germane committee that would then pick up the broader approach. But certainly, that's why I'm making sure that the board has heard the broader discussions that we've had.
And I wasn't trying to set up a turf discussion. Someone needs to do it, and a criteria needs to be set up in that germane committee that says, okay, this is when we start to ask for a plan. And clearly, the discussion of the committee could be much more in depth. And I wasn't trying to set up a turf discussion. Trying to think of a nice way to do it. But it could be a better discussion than it would be at a full board meeting, and could go into more detail. But I guess, Madam President, I just would request that the audit committee then set something up and work through that process. I don't know, Emma, how you feel about it, whether it should be a bar committee issue or audit. You've been on both sides.
In some ways, I think it's more appropriate at the audit committee level, just because those folks look and specialize in the financial results. And our auditors are frequently find things for us, for the institutions to work on. However, probably the ongoing plan should be, I don't know if that would fit with the audit committee role as much as just kind of supervision through BAR. But I think the audit committee ought to be the one that to decide what the trigger should be, and then BAR take over once that's triggered to look at and approve a plan and bring it to the board. That would be my recommendation.
At the last audit committee, which was just last week, I think, the questions that you're asking, and I think that everyone is thinking, we did get into the details with Brian and others on what, how, when, how long, what are you thinking about, when are you going to bring something back? So myself, Andy, and Dave are members of that committee, and I think what Emma's described would work well. I think not only the audit just being the screeners of what is the status and how are you going to fix it. I think that audit could be more, get even more detail, and then if there's a handoff at some point.
Board members, as a corollary, in Board Policy 5X for athletics, there is a provision that if an athletics program is running a deficit, that the institutions will submit a plan for board approval that eliminates that deficit within 2 fiscal years. So there's, we currently have that. Board Policy 5X for athletics. Whether, I don't know if to me it doesn't matter particularly if it runs through BAR or audit. It's just that ultimately there's a plan that's produced that is.
And I think that's Mr. Westbrook's point, is where it is less important than that it exists, that somebody's vested with that responsibility. Am I reading that right?
That's it exactly. And I think we need to do that in a public record way to task someone with establishing the criteria. And then I guess it could come back to the board with a discussion about where it goes. But, I mean, this is an important issue. Right now it's specific maybe to one institution. On an ongoing basis, it certainly applies to all.
If Andy's agreeable, we could task him and the audit committee to bring something back, see where we are. Are you
As a
good with that?
policy, then, or
As a plan.
as a
Yes.
practice.
There you go.
But
As a starting place to see where we want to go.
Well,
The audit committee.
Madam President, I think this is really, it's a financial recovery plan. It's not a policy. It's an institution-specific plan for recovery.
Right,
may I-
but what I'm saying is if you have it in policy for athletics, then doesn't it make sense to also develop a policy that describes the
Yes, what triggers.
the trigger and the result of the, and so I don't know if Madam President wants to assign that to policy committee or the audit
Well,
committee
the
or.
beauty is that the chair of the policy committee is on the audit committee, and so I think we're covered either
Okay,
way.
good.
Andy can work with Dave.
I don't know if.
May I ask
Madam President wants to
another
assign
question?
that
Brian, if enrollment is the trigger and is the issue here, can you tell us what additional measures or transfer of resources, et cetera, you are employing to address the enrollment issue? Brian, if
I will give you my, I apologize, President Critchfield and Board Member Clark. I'll give you my personal impressions, having been at the university for about 4 years. I have seen in that time a steady buildup of resources in the strategic enrollment management function, beginning with the hiring of a vice provost for strategic enrollment management. There have been other recent and various initiatives during that period of time, including, for example, having centralized advising, which had previously been a decentralized function with advisors out in the individual colleges, in maybe a less coordinated approach than if they were all a part of a single unit, as well as investment of considerable one-time resources so that they can begin to hire recruiters in states where we've not presently been recruiting, make more aggressive high school visits and things of that nature. I know our provost is sitting right behind me, and I'm not sure if there's either a smile on his face or if he's grimacing because I'm getting it right or wrong.
He's giving you a thumbs up.
Okay, all right, there's a thumbs up there. Again, I'm seeing this largely from the side of investment, and I would certainly not characterize any of this as excessive or inappropriate, but I will indicate that there has been a consistent and considerable investment of resources, both one-time and base resources, into that function, primarily to drive up interest on the part of Idaho students. But since we've committed to become a part of the WUI program, certainly we need to be in those states doing what we can to let folks know that they're now eligible for those rates. Otherwise, that becomes a straight loss to the university and therefore to the state, and in fact diminishes the resources we have available to meet our mission to educate Idaho students. So we need to be sure that that is at least a flat proposition, but hopefully a winning proposition that brings resources to the table as we fulfill our mission and educate Idaho students.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions for the university? If not, LCSC, would you like to just give us your brief highlights?
Thank you, President Critchfield, Board Member Apsley. Julie Cray, our budget director, will give you an overview of some of the details. I would just say in answer to Member Westerberg's question about how we're utilizing any tuition increases, the two main areas where our budget increased related to tuition and fees had to do with the funding of the CEC and faculty increases. Those two items were a significant part, plus trying to provide some extra funding for scholarships. Those areas collectively were about 80% of the tuition increase, and there were other more minor things. So that's where the dollars went from the tuition and fees increase, and I'll turn it over to our budget director to talk more in detail about the budget for scholarships.
Thank you. And so our budget this year roughly reflects an increase of $1,473,000, and as Vice President Kilburn already spoke to, the majority of that increase is the CEC. The CEC increase is roughly half of that, around $730,000. Then the next highest increase, or the needs that came, were fulfilled with those scholarships. Scholarships are existing needs that we are now, or existing obligations that we are now trying to budget appropriately for, as those scholarships have increased. The next one is faculty promotions. Faculty promotions were around $130,000 of that increase. And then Title IX. Title IX was about $115,000. That's obligations that we're trying to work towards our Title IX plan, making incremental progress each year. And the remaining are existing obligations that have increases, such as retiree benefits. Disability services has been a major one the last few years that we've had many increases to that operating budget to cover the needs on our campus. Background checks, and then I already said retiree obligations. So really the base of that 1.47 million is existing obligations in the CEC operating budget to cover the needs on our campus.
Thank you.
Background checks.
Questions? I guess, if not, let's see, Ron, would you like to go through your budget very quickly, please?
Certainly. So our budget overall is $9.6 million, of which 65% is private contributions and grants, and a little over about 35%, just shy of 35% is general fund dollars. It's an overall general fund increase of 13.1%, which I'm incredibly pleased about. 2 of the 3% CEC for all of our employees is covered by general funds. So although there's only 14 full-time positions that are funded with general fund dollars, the legislature and the governor saw fit to cover 2 of the 3% for all 70 or 69.5% of our employees. So that was really great. We have an increase in our capital funds from the state, a slight decrease in federal funds as we move to the digital transition. Most of that equipment has been purchased. There's an additional position funded with private grants in our education outreach activities. You'll hear a little bit more about that in my presentation later on today. Digital transition. I think that's generally speaking where the funds are. There's an additional. Happy to answer any questions anybody has. Grants.
Thank you.
Our education
So Division of Career Technical Education, our total appropriation is $78,620,200. So of the roughly $78 million, $68 million comes from the general fund. Of the $78 million, $74 million of that is passed through to the technical schools, about 60% of which goes to post-secondary and 40% to secondary. Our total appropriation is a 3.7% increase over this current year, and big picture, I guess.
If there are no further questions, I'll go to motion. Does any other questions? I move to approve the fiscal year 2020 operating budgets for the Office of the State Board of Education, Idaho Public Television, Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, colleges and universities, Career Technical Education, Agricultural Research and Extension Service, Health Education Programs, and Special Programs, as presented in attachments 1 through 27.
Is there a second? Second by Richard. Any comment or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam President.
You.
Please, will the colleges and universities stay with us? Because we will go into the line item requests next. So,
Seeing none,
thank
all
you
in
very
favor?
much for.
Yes, Ron and Tim, you're off the hook.
Thank you, Madam President. Please, will the colleges and universities? The 2020-21 line item budget requests are
Thank you very much for.
before us. The bar committee looked at these at our last meeting, and there was some concern about the fact that not all of the requests seem to fit into the student success strategies that the board has adopted and requested that the line items address. So I would like to ask Brian and your group this time to go through your line items, or tell us about your line items, please, and we'll move on from there. So I would like to ask
I think this is our whole team, President Critchfield and Board Member Ashley. We have 2 line items this year, and one of those, I'm sorry, gotta be very close to this. One of those line items was the subject of some discussion in the bar meeting, and so I'll address that as a second point. Trina, can you maybe discuss the first line item, and then we'll move to the College of Law item. One of those, I'm sorry, gotta be very close to this. One of those line items was the subject of some discussion in the bar meeting.
So as VP Foisey pointed out, as a result of the bar meeting, we did flip the priorities of our line items. So our number 1 line item priority now is our Complete College America Game Changers, which aligns with the elements that were gone over by the board in the April state board meeting, and it invests funding in faculty and teaching assistants in some of the key game-changing initiatives. We focused on a better deal for returning adults, co-requisite support, and proactive advising. And again, these things would be addressed overall, obviously, at increasing student success once they come to the University of Idaho. Any questions about the first priority? Co-requisite support and proactive advising.
I also do have with me today Jerry Long, who is the Dean of our College of Law, and so we'll address the second line item now, which is a request essentially to transition about 19 positions from professional fee funding within the College of Law onto state appropriated funding, as we believe that model is not sustainable. As it relates to the conversation that occurred in the bar committee meeting a week or 2 ago, I think the concern as expressed by board members was that the line item as prepared was not responsive to the board's request that line items be connected to student services initiatives. And I will say that there, we may have put a bit too much emphasis on a section of the motion, which we had understood indicated that institutions had the ability to bring forward a line item request for a student service or a student success-related initiative that had been funded in the past. As we looked back to prior funding for the College of Law, and I want to say they'd received about $400,000 in the past for similar initiatives, we felt that we would sort of run it up that particular flagpole. Board Member Clark, I think you'd raised the question at bar that maybe was not responsive to the board's intent. So we just wanted an opportunity to make the case statement for why we believe that it was responsive to the board's request, and then we would certainly follow any direction provided by the board. And Dean Jerry Long is here, and I'll ask him to provide that case statement to the board that maybe was not responsive to the board's intent. So we just wanted an opportunity.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, and thanks for allowing me to join you here today. As the board knows, several years ago, the state, the college, the university, and the board decided that the College of Law should expand its operations into Boise. Of course, we've been in Moscow since 1909. The state's changed since then, and there exists demand for the College of Law and the state capital. So beginning in 2010, when we opened a third-year class down there, and then in 2014, when students go down for their second and third years, we've increasingly expanded. And then finally in 2017, beginning in 2017, we now operate a full 3-year program in Boise in addition to 3 years in Moscow. The experiment has been an experiment. It's been incredibly successful. We're at capacity in Boise, and this coming year, combined, are looking to have potentially having our largest entering class ever in the college's history. We did receive $400,000, as the experiment has been, Brian mentioned, to operate basically the second full law school in Boise, but that has proven to be insufficient to cover both campuses. As you recall, the reason for entering the Boise market was to provide additional opportunities for students who could not otherwise move to Moscow to attend law school. The demographics of entering law students has changed over the past decades. It used to be something that young people did right out of law school when they were single, didn't have families, and were much more mobile. That has changed pretty substantially. A much higher percentage of our students now are older, have come out of professional jobs or what have you, have children, have families, have spouses who have jobs, and are unable to relocate themselves to Moscow. But we still do have a substantial number of students, of course, who fit the traditional model and can go to Moscow. So the purpose in moving to Boise was to provide those students the opportunity to go to law school, as well as to connect to that center of commerce, business, and law. We are, as you know, situated in between the state capitol and the Supreme Court, and the opportunities there, which really are directly tied to their ability to be successful as students, as law students, and as professionals when they leave. Of course, operating 2 law schools is expensive, and we have found that the $400,000 that was appropriated to us initially was inadequate to run the 2 programs, which is why we're here today. But I do want to reiterate, we are committed to the state's land grant mission, and to me that means we provide services on 2 ends of a person's law school career. First, we provide opportunities for students throughout the state. I grew up in southeast Idaho, which is we don't have a place there yet. Hopefully we don't have to do that in the future. I'll quit as soon as that happens, excuse me. But we want to provide opportunities to students from throughout the state, whether from Preston and it's easier to get to Boise, or from Potlatch and it's easier to get to Moscow, whether from urban areas or from rural areas. It's our mission to provide low-cost, high-quality legal education to all of those folks. But at the same time, we want to serve the state in providing lawyers who get out, who have a high-quality education, who have low debt loads, who can take jobs wherever those jobs are. So there is, in fact, across the country a substantial shortage of legal services in rural communities, and that is driven in part by the high cost of legal education and the debt load that the students carry coming out of law school. They're sort of forced into larger markets with higher paying jobs, leaving smaller markets without adequate legal services. And so this entire program, the 2 locations, serves the students across from entering law school through the jobs they receive, and is, as a dean, as an academic officer, I have a different perspective of the finances. Everything we do is directly focused at ensuring our students can be successful, can get out of law school with a low debt load and go do what they want to do and serve the state. So if you have any questions for me about any of that, I'd welcome them.
I actually am interested in the bar discussion relative to this line item.
And I'll respond. First, the issue I raised at the bar was specifically related to the instructions that the board gave to the institutions in April to prioritize their line items around the Complete College America initiatives. And so first of all, thank you for changing the priority of your request. I do have a couple of questions about the law school expansion. That was the terminology that you used in the documents we saw at bar. Number one, I would be interested to know how this request aligns with the outcomes and findings of your program prioritization. Secondly, given what you shared with us, Brian, about huge issues of enrollment, and now, I mean, your retention has been pretty good over the years, but you indicated this morning a drop in that. You also shared with us the significant financial issues at your institution. So there's a little bit of a disconnect in my mind that you would be expanding a program when you have those other very real financial issues and enrollment and all the rest of that. So I guess I would be interested in having you address There's a
both
little bit
of
of a
those.
disconnect in my mind that you would be expanding a program
Sure.
when you have those other very real.
Well, I can speak directly to the concept of expansion. What we're asking,
So I guess I would.
so we have effectively self-funded the expansion that already occurred into Boise. So it required us to hire 10 additional faculty members and 9 additional staff members. Much of the work that the staff do is the face-to-face student support that won't work across what I refer to as our 300-mile-long hallway between the two places from Moscow to Boise. And so there's been a duplication of services that's required. We can't do without that face-to-face support for the students. And then, of course, the 10 additional faculty members to be able to provide some necessary duplication of services. We're not seeking to go beyond what we're doing now. It's not an expansion from where we are today. It's an expansion from 2010 that has been self-funded, and we were directed to do it that way. And so the request now is to in effect, receive support from the state to continue that operation that has proven successful on the ground, if financially difficult. I don't know if that directs the
Follow-up to that. So expansion, as you described it, is not the right word. I'm going to paraphrase what you just said. The university has funded those positions internally, and now you're asking for a line item to go back and plug to replace the costs that the university is expending with state funds.
I will address one small piece of it, and then Brian can request the second part. Just to provide a little more detail on what you said about the university funding it, we have largely funded the expansion through the student professional fee. So we've had to increase the student professional fee in order to fund this. And in the request we submitted, I provided the numbers for how much that has increased. And it's been a significant increase. What you said about the university funding it, we have largely funded the expansion through the student professional fee. So we've had to increase the student professional fee in order to fund this. And in the request we submitted, I provided the numbers for how much that has increased. And it's been a significant increase. What you said about the university funding it, we have largely funded the expansion through the student professional fee. So we've had to increase the student professional fee in order to fund this. And in the request we submitted, I provided the numbers for how much that has increased. And it's been a significant increase. What you said about the university funding it, we have largely funded the
impacts the students. And as Jerry had indicated, as we attempt to remain cost competitive as we evaluate the costs for other law schools in the area, we're finding that we're quickly pricing ourselves out of the market with the professional fee. And so I suppose the request here ultimately is to sort of right the ship a little bit from the college's funding perspective. Right now, there's a disproportionate share of total funding coming from student sources, meaning tuition and fee, as opposed to state sources. Right? So
What
that
is the professional fee?
Professional fee. I suppose the request here ultimately is to sort of
Entering this next academic year, for residents, the resident tuition is $21,000, $22,260, of which the professional fee is $12,384, so just over half. And then our non-resident tuition, which in some ways is the more significant, is $41,496 now for non-residents, which now places us above nearby private institutions that we compete with, one in Spokane, Gonzaga Law, which now has a lower tuition than our non-resident tuition, which is the concern about our ability to be competitive on affordability is now disappearing.
Would you be reducing that professional fee if you receive these funds?
In my ideal world, yes, absolutely. That's one of the plans if I can make it work.
Or what about the real world? We sort of function there. We all
well-
have ideals that we not
Well, that
like
is
to
one
not
of the
have student
specific
fees.
things I've identified as wanting to do if we get the funding is create a freeze on the actually create
A freeze is not a reduction.
no, let me finish, excuse me.
We all have ideals.
We don't have the capacity to control tuition. The university and the board sets tuition. So if I want to freeze the cost, I have to reduce the fees. So if the tuition goes up 4%, for example, I have to reduce the fees by 4%. And that's, I would like to be able to freeze the actual cost for the students over time. And of course, costs go up consistently, so that would allow us to get back to where I wanted to be and reduce the percentage or the proportionate share the students pay. Now, if I could reduce it significantly, if I could cut it in half, I absolutely would. No question.
And Brian, my other part of that question was about, is this part of your program prioritization? Where did this fit in that process? Maybe that's a question for John.
If I could reduce it significantly, if I could cut it in half.
I will gladly defer there, otherwise,
sure you
but,
would.
Board Member Clark, I would just want to make sure that I give you good information. We'll probably need to gather
Is this part
information.
of your program prioritization? Where did this fit in that?
Yeah, so we completed a pretty thorough program evaluation as part of program prioritization about 2 years ago of the academic departments. We did it by departments because that's how our money is tracked in the university. We don't break it down into a particular program, and a given department might have 5 or 6 different academic programs. So they were ranked 13th out of 48 departments in the academic area. That's not an overall university ranking, it's just the academic area. So we consider that to be one of our highest priorities as far as the university. I will comment that as we do program prioritization, we look at something we call mission centrality, and the College of Law is considered our highest college as far as mission centrality, things that we provide to the state that are distinctive and unique and central to our mission. I will comment that as we do program prioritization, we look at something we call mission centrality. The College of Law is
I was on the board when we decided to enter Boise, and I guess this is a realization of our worst fears. In 2010, what was brought to the board at that time was a one-year and third-year program, basically separating tracks, if you will, some tracks to stay in Moscow, some tracks that were more applicable to Boise to move. And the board asked a lot of questions, ongoing questions about financing, et cetera, with a lot of reassurances that, in fact, you could exist in 2 locations without, duplication of costs, et cetera. So at this point in time, 9 years later, every fear that the board had in 2010 is coming to fruition. So I don't know. It's hard to go backwards, and I don't know how you avoid the duplication. If you're offering a 3-year program in Boise, it's probably going to have a lot of first and second year duplication. I don't know. And I don't know what you do at this point.
It's hard to go backwards.
Oh, and then
And I don't know how you avoid the duplication if you're offering a three-year program in Boise.
Yes, thank you. So follow up, I think to Linda's question about kind of the application of these funds. You're asking for about 3 million in the line item. Am I reading that right? 2985? Right. And then about 350,000 of that 3 million is going to go to upgrading some sound systems and video, et cetera, correct?
Yeah, we don't have the capacity to put all of our students in one virtual space. So we
Yeah,
need to
but
create
I'm just kind of make sure I understand how it breaks out. So 350,000 of a $3 million request would go towards some AV improvements and things, because you're doing some distance learning and to Don's point, you're trying to, run them both, and maybe be efficient by teaching one class in both places at once instead of having two different faculty, which is good. But what I'm hearing is that you're looking for 2.65 million that would go toward supporting the staff of that 3 million. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, it's 10 faculty positions and 9 staff positions.
Right, but the 2.65 excess is really for the staff who are being funded out of the funds of the university right now. And so what you're saying is if we could get that 2.65 million, then the university wouldn't be sending that off. So then it's going to come back, that 265 to the university. And then what's it going to do once it gets back to the university? That's what I'm not, and I'm kind of following up on Linda's point is, what is that 2.65 million going to go towards, since you're not spending it to support the law school? If you get this line item, what's the strategy for or the purpose for using that? Does it go into the reserves? Does it go to fund other programs? What is it? What's the end game here?
President Critchfield and Board Member Scoggin. The university doesn't actually put that $2.6 million into the College of Law. It's coming from students in the form of the professional fee. And while this might not be the right word to use, when we collect a professional fee from a group of students, it's sort of held sacrosanct.
So let me hold you there.
Okay.
So then what you're saying is you will reduce the student fee next year by $2.65 million.
That's the underlying basis of the request, is that we would put tax funds.
How much is the total student fee today? I know you said per student, but what's the total? You will reduce the student fee next year by 2.65. And you can make the finance guys answer this.
That's
right. Well, it's
the underlying basis of the request is that.
So the question's a bit more complicated, which Brian or John could address. We would not be able to reduce it by $2.6 million for some.
I didn't think so, and that's why I was asking the question. I was surprised that Brian was saying that's what you're doing.
No, so we receive about $3.5 million in student professional fees right now.
Okay, so 3.5 million. This would give you essentially $2.5 million new dollars. I didn't think so. That's why. What would you do with it? I'm surprised that Brian was
That is a question for my boss.
So we right. So, in academic affairs, you have, each college is given a general education budget. And law has struggled ever since this expansion into Boise to have the sum of their student fees and their general education budget meet their expenditures. Right. So,
We've got, that was all laid out for us.
We now have the data that indicates that we need additional state support if the state, wants to continue to support the Boise operations. I want to get back to something that was said earlier. I wasn't here at the time in 2010 when this was discussed, but I do know that we did receive some funding for this expansion, but not all that we requested. So basically, we're coming back saying we really do need the funding that we had requested, and here's our proposal right now. So that's fundamentally where we are. So
Still want to know the answer to the one question. You get 2.65 million over and above
we have some financial challenges. Obviously, this is going to help.
Where does the money go? What budget does it go into?
We couldn't use it for anything but the College of Law because it is a professional fee.
But then that offsets money that the university's providing to the College of Law for 2.65 million. So you'll say, the university doesn't have to take it out of its general funds because it's now been assigned as a line item. so you just moved it to a new box. I'm still saying what box, I'm trying to understand what you do with that 2.65 million injection. Where does that go? If you put that into the law school, now you've got 2.65 that you no longer are sending over from the general fund into the law school. It's going to go to do what?
And just to be clear here, we're not sending 2.65 million from the general fund into the College of Law right now.
Okay.
It's coming from students in the form of a professional fee.
So will
Their
you
budget-
take the 2.6, or the 3.5 million that the students are paying professional fees and drop it to 1 million, so you'll cut their fee across them by $2.5 million next year? So their fees will drop that much?
And I'm going to go back to a phrase that Jerry used here for a minute when he said in the ideal world versus the practical world, and I'll maybe explain the difference there. Because
And
in
my
the ideal
colleague,
world, that's
President Clark
exactly.
wants to know what the real world is.
Well, and I'll explain that to you right now, but in the ideal world, that's exactly what you would do.
Okay.
If they had $10 of professional fee and we got $10 of state funds, we would eliminate the $10 fee and the college is held harmless.
Right.
The challenge we have right now is that the college is actually upside down. There is a structural deficit in the College of Law right now, as we've
How much?
addressed. About $1 million a year, is that? Yeah, okay, our budget director's indicating numbers about $1.1 million. So I
Stop you
guess
there,
to me.
just to make sure I
Sure,
follow I apologize for interrupting, but I want to follow you. So $1 million a year, and you're still operating, so that something's paying that million. Who's paying that million?
We're simply accumulating a deficit within the College of Law. So practically speaking.
But somebody's paying the salaries.
Correct.
Who?
Practically speaking, that means the university's float, cash
Now
flow
we're
is
back to my
covering
point, that
this.
the university's sending money over from the general fund to cover the excess cost.
And again, to
You'll
be
stop
technically
doing that.
accurate, we don't send money over, we simply let them accumulate a deficit.
It's the same thing. And because they're accumulating a deficit, which means general funds are still covering the salaries. Or the people are waiting years to be paid and they're just not being paid. I mean,
No, they are definitely being paid.
and it's not coming out of the law school's income, so it's coming from somewhere, which means it's coming from your general ledger, essentially. That million.
I would say that, again, the university's cash float, which is, as we've discussed with the board before, we have tens of millions of dollars of invested, short-term invested money. So the
Right.
university's cash float is able to allow them to continue to
That's
spend.
your general funds.
No, it's actually not our general fund.
You're correct, but.
It's university funds,
It's
yes.
university funds, there we go. And so that million, how much is built up then with these multi-years of million-dollar deficits, do we think? And I know you're not gonna have every number here, but is it a couple, it's 6 or 7?
I
Round
wouldn't have guessed that high, but let's maybe say 2 or 3
Okay.
to this point.
Okay, so that
It's
2
a
or 3 million, does
significant
that deficit get paid back to the university writ large through this 2.65? Does it go back to the university?
And I would argue
Deficit.
that, I mean, my full expectation is that the College of Law will be required to repay that deficit, which is why I've never really sort of swallowed the idea that we have given them the money. To the extent within our accounting system that we allow them to accumulate a deficit with the expectation that they will pay it back, which is no different than what we're doing, for example, with athletics, then ultimately what we're hoping to do is stabilize the budget in the College of Law as we're stabilizing the university's budget overall to the point where they would be able to generate a surplus every year and begin to pay that back.
In fact, you'll get $2.5 million plus if this line item goes through, and would that then all be applied to the deficit?
That would certainly be my hope as the CFO, yes.
Well, when you put this line item together, did you have a plan for where the monies go? Or are you just saying, we'll figure it out once we get the money? Or is there a specific plan that the dollars go here, 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 and here?
Well,
Because it sounds like it's more of a, hey, if we get it, we'll figure out where it goes. That'd be
We
awesome,
expect
but
the
we don't
College of
know.
Law to repay the deficit, so any balance, because we're building those deficits in college funds, any surplus that occurs is by default, unless we act to the contrary, it is by default repaying that deficit.
Sure, so none of this is, under that scenario, none of this money would go to offset the professional fees until such time as the deficit's paid back.
And I think that's why Jerry said it couldn't happen immediately.
Okay.
And that's where we talk about the ideal world versus
Starts
the
to
real
give me an
world.
idea of where the money's at.
So I think, obviously, we're going to act on all of the line items. For this particular one, I see two options for the board. One is that one is that we approve all of their line items and send that to the legislature and let the legislature decide if they want to fund it or not. Or if, and this is where I'm going to look to the bar committee members, the directive from the board was to have line items that supported student success. If bar members do not believe in their discussion and investigation that this reaches that level, then we can accept the line items that we're agreeable to with that exception. Richard.
Madam President, understand the process. This will come back in August for final approval. This is just for the board members to opine on, but I guess I don't believe that this meets the criteria that the board established, and so I wouldn't be supportive in August. And if I'm not supportive in August, shouldn't we direct the institution to come back with a line item that does in fact meet the criteria? But there's another issue for me here about, because I was there when Don was there, and remember when the law school was going to be a branch office in Boise, and now I think we're really talking about another law school in Boise. I don't think that was contemplated. But at any rate, to try to move this forward, I guess I would make unanimous consent that we direct the University of Idaho to come up with another line item in place of the University of Idaho, the law school line item.
Madam Chairman, if I may just comment here, the motion is to have the bar committee again review the budget line items and bring them back to the board in August. I think that the discussion here is clear about what bar should be doing with the line items, but that we will have another opportunity to go through these in further detail at the level of the committee.
And so it's with the committee then hearing the discussion today in the non-real world, bring something back that did not include this.
Point of
during the
order.
direction.
I believe
Yes, so there's a unanimous consent
You have a unanimous consent
request.
Is there objection?
Is there an objection? Yes.
So I'd like to take more than slightly, I'd like to take a contrarian view.
Okay.
When you're ready.
Okay, well, let's act on the unanimous consent motion. Are there objections?
Could I understand the motion a little bit better?
The request was to direct the University of Idaho to replace the law school line item with another line item that meets the board's requirements.
Then I would, based on what I'm hearing now, I would object. I would not agree to unanimous consent, and I'll explain why when you're ready.
An objection, okay. So, go ahead.
As I understand this request in alignment with what we're doing, what we're talking about is expending funds to increase degree production in the state of Idaho. And graduate degrees are included in that, and this is a graduate degree. And so the concept on its face, I think, is to support and continue to drive forward those degrees which will be needed to continue to support the economy and the citizenry of Idaho. So I don't see how this isn't matching that. If the concern is, what I delve back into is where's the money going and how is it going to be spent, that to me gets to a different question. But if on its face the question is, hey, the College of Law, like the College of Engineering or the College of Nursing or the College of et cetera, and then the university wants to be able to support and produce more degrees that are going to support the state, I don't see this as being outside of that scope. So that part is why I have why I wouldn't agree to the unanimous consent. I am concerned that it's a very complex little accounting problem here that isn't on its face necessarily going to do anything to get to what we're asking, which is to reduce costs, et cetera, because it's going to go back to fund deficits that are in the university and not offset any cost to the students. That's where I'd love to see a much more specific plan, and it doesn't seem there is one yet that says the dollars go exactly here to achieve exactly what we're talking about. I didn't hear that.
Madam President,
Yes, Linda, then Don.
maybe I missed it, but respectfully, I did not at any point in the conversation hear that this request was to expand degrees. I didn't hear any conversation about expanding the number of law degrees that come out. What I heard was a budget request to offset money that the institution is paying to the law school.
Thank you, Don, then Andy.
We were very specific on our guidance on line items, and there were 6 strategies that the line item had to support. And this particular line item doesn't support any of the 6 that we requested.
Andy?
So specifically to Member Clark's question, so what I heard was if we can't offset these growing professional fees, we're going to see we're starting to see, and we're going to continue to see a drop-off in applications and in completions in these degrees because the cost is becoming prohibitive, and we're no longer competitive with private schools even now for out-of-state, and at the 4% plus increase, we will continue to erode degree completion. And so this is meant to hold the line and increase the availability of degree completion. So I think that's what I heard, unless I'm, kind of adding to what was presented. But that's what I heard, is that it is intended to do that. And so I think it fits into the line item request of degree completion. But I'm trying to pull up those 6 items again.
It's on the face sheet of the.
I know, I'm very.
Nonetheless,
Yeah,
today
page
isn't
2.
the day that we are having any type of final approval. So regardless of whether there's full agreement on the line item today, the bar committee has heard the discussion, and so we would then ask you to work with the institution in consideration of all of the comments that have been made today. And you've all been able to hear them as well. And so there isn't any confusion as to the concerns and where we think where it sounds like the majority feel that you should be.
Madam President, may I make one request on behalf of the bar committee that prior to our reconsideration of this, that we get an appropriate explanation that's a bit more straightforward than expansion of the law school line that we considered at our last meeting. That was the wording of the original request, expansion of the law school.
And I would very much support that, Madam President, that you need a very specific plan for exactly how these funds are driven. Don, I pulled it up now, I see your 6, and I think what you're saying is under these 6, no graduate programs would fit, I think.
I think you're right.
Not just law, you're saying that these line items 6 that bars and recommend the board, I guess, approved, would say we wouldn't fund this year line items for anything graduate, not just law.
I think this discussion was good, and funding of the law school, I think, needs to be a different item than a line item.
Yeah.
And I believe this is a good discussion of the board having a consensus on what we thought the line items should be. Here's the criteria. We charged the subcommittee to then go and do the work to determine if it met the criteria that the whole board had decided. And what I'm hearing from bar committee members is they do not believe that that's the case through the work and investigation that they've done.
Madam President, and I'll try to be brief and then I'll shut up for the rest of the meeting, promise. Look at reality. What do we get in line items for higher education? It's a rare day that we get substantial funds in line items. So I'm just saying we ought to put forth ones that, number one, are our first priority, and number two, have a realistic chance of getting funded.
Just to clarify, the strategies that your line items should address are the 15 to finish concept, or the 30, there was a 30, the
Think 30, I think.
Think 30, that was it. Math pathways, co-requisite support, a momentum year, academic maps with proactive advising, and a better deal for returning adults. And the institutions need to identify which of those specific strategies the line item request addresses. Is that clear to everybody? Okay. I know that there were a couple of other line items that did have some issues, but I think that the issues that were brought up with this line item clarify what those issues are and how they should be addressed. So unless there are board members who want to go further into some of the other line items, I would love to make a motion. So,
Madam
Kevin?
President,
Yes.
I think one of our two line items might be somewhere in the middle, and I think it's worth some level of discussion if we could, before a motion.
And Cynthia after that.
So our first line item at Idaho State is clearly, I think, within what we're discussing right now, has two components to it. The first one is math pathways, and the second one is the proactive advising. It is our first priority, and given the retention rates at Idaho State University, this is our highest priority. This will go hand in hand with the initiatives we're doing on our campus right now, where we have an academic success and retention task force. We are taking a really hard look at our retention issues at Idaho State, and we are going to address them. And if the legislature saw fit to fund this, we would take every penny of it and turn that into momentum pathways type projects, because we need it. We need it at Idaho State, and I think that's fantastic. However, our second line item is a little bit different, but it is 100% targeted towards increased degree production in very high demand areas, which maybe skirts this issue directly, but all of them are directly responsive to industry requests that have come to us and said, you need to produce more degrees in this areas because we need it. And at least two of the three are in net revenue producing items as well. And so I want to talk about those a little bit. And if I thought the legislature was going to 100% fund everything for momentum pathways, that's one thing. But I also think at times the legislature wants to see other areas of investment in the state's economy as well, which led us to this second item. And Matt and I had that discussion about trying to balance also what the legislature is interested in funding. So our second line item has three areas in it. The first one is expansion of the offering of occupational therapy and nursing. Occupational therapy is on the list of the top 10 job demands in the country and in the state of Idaho. We all know about the nursing shortage. Both of those fields will produce more degrees in those programs in high demand that everybody wants right now. And the expansion of the occupational therapy all occurs in the Meridian Center, our SCAGS center in Meridian. Several years ago, the board approved the build out of that facility to handle occupational therapy. So the facility is literally sitting there right now. All the facility needs are in place. We just need the faculty to come in so that we can produce occupational therapists in Meridian. So it's primed and ready to go. The second part of that line item is in cybersecurity, and this is a direct response to a request from the National Lab. Their increases in cybersecurity and the research they're doing for the United States there is pretty significant. And an increase in the number of faculty we have that can partner with the National Lab will help them do their job. It will increase our research production and produce graduates that are ready to hire in that area. And the third part of our second line item is the expansion of teacher education in the Magic Valley region, which is the largest area of the teacher shortage. And this is a conversation that is a partnership between us and the College of Southern Idaho to offer more teacher education in the Magic Valley. So each of those three was specifically targeted because business and industry is telling us we need these graduates in these areas. So it is all about degree production and finding, I think, a type of a line item request that could get traction in the legislature as well. So that's why our second one isn't targeted to those 6 parts, but I think is a pretty thoughtful approach.
Thank you for the explanation. Cynthia?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I too would like to speak to our requests because of that same sentiment. First of all, our first priority request clearly aligns, and I want to share with the board how thoughtfully we engage that process. Not only is it aligned with the CCA guidelines relative to a better deal for adult learners, but we also have built into moving this initiative forward reallocation of existing funds, program prioritization, the Huron report restructuring efforts that we are engaging to start the soft launch of that, and sought additional outside funds through a grant to help with advertising for it. So the first response, the first priority, I think clearly meets the guidelines of that aspect of the board's request and demonstrates how carefully and thoughtfully the institution engaged other pieces of input that we have received to try to put together a package that moves this initiative forward. The second area, our second request, is, as Kevin said, perhaps a little bit more in the gray area, but I would argue that foundational issues associated with meeting Governor Task Force recommendations, campus safety and security, and investing in programs that are already working may also submit requests that expand or replicate programs that have been successful, and the compliance aspect of that request, because part of it deals with not only cybersecurity compliance, environmental safety compliance, but also Title IX compliance. I believe that those aspects are almost like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, foundational to being able to move those upper level aspects of the pyramid forward for CCA initiatives. And Lewis Clark State College has long been a place of pretty much bare bones requests. And I'm proud of that and happy to continue that trend forward. But you've got to have at least bare bones. And these requests in our second priority illustrate that, will contribute to our overarching efforts in terms of increased degree production and the 60% goal, and will respond to the board's directive that we address compliance issues in a meaningful, substantive way that makes change not 10 years from now, but starts today.
Thank you. Andy, and then Mark. Okay, Emma.
Yeah, go ahead with Andy, and I just want to make
What
one comment.
What I'm hearing as a board member, listening to now 3 institutions say, we see your first 5 items, which are, having strong write-ups that talk about scalable requests, that talk about meeting the board's 60% educational attainment goal. And what we're saying is that we can meet that, but it won't necessarily fit into only these 6 criteria. But we have very thoughtful expenditures that are going to directly impact positively the state. And so I'd say as a board, we ought to think, well, are those 6 the only places where the money should be spent if our institutions are saying we can come in with pretty meaningful change in a very efficient use of dollars. I think it's worth saying, are the 6, constraining them to just those 6 appropriate? And I don't think so. It made sense to give them those 6. Now those constraints are saying, that doesn't necessarily fit the best use of money. And they're coming back and thoughtfully saying, we respectfully request the board rethink those 6 to add some leeway to expend the funds on cybersecurity, on nursing, on Title IX, et cetera. I think it's worth us listening to that and potentially readjusting.
So the motion that Emma is poised to make here, probably right now, is for BAR to, having heard the discussion and the presentation, the information, et cetera, to now review and then bring back corresponding recommendations. So are you ready to do that? You've got a comment?
I will, if I may make a comment.
Absolutely.
One before that. I think when we adopted as a board these priorities, we were thinking strictly about as Andy observed, the undergraduate programs. I think that we have an obligation to think about the graduate programs as well. I also think that we need to be aware of where our institutions are being successful in areas like co-requisite support or their graduation rates and the things that we look at and ask for in our strategic plan. And if some of the institutions are doing well in those areas, better than they might otherwise be doing, then, and they request to invest in other areas, we should be able to consider that too, because I think that there are performance measures that we already know that can inform this discussion as well. But with that, I move to direct the Business Affairs and Human Resources Committee and its chair to review the fiscal 2021 budget line items as listed on attachment 1, line items summary, and to bring recommendations back to the board for its consideration at the regular August 2019 board meeting.
Is there a second? Seconded by Linda. Discussion on the motion. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think I heard everybody.
Madam President, may I
Yes.
make a request? I made a request of the University of Idaho. So to make the job a little easier for the bar committee, I would ask respectfully that if an institution is asking for additional positions, if you would please tell us if those are for courses which have already been approved or are yet to be approved. If you are making a request for funds to support a directive that the board gave you as an institution, will you please indicate that? I do believe that that is a different circumstance. And then just to kind of bring the conversation full circle, I think this ties to our conversation yesterday, in which we all were pretty much in agreement that student success is what we're about, and that the subcategories of that are about access, about continuing, and about finishing. That's the reason why you didn't have graduate programs on the request. And I think those were the things, the three things that we had clearly in mind when we gave the directive in April.
And I would like to thank in advance the bar committee. And I look forward to the recommendations.
Well, I have to, just as an aside, apologize to my predecessor for this prolonged discussion, because his work was much more effective, I feel, and so this is going to be probably the longest bar session that we've ever had, and I'm not sure that that's a record I'm looking for. However.
Well, you certainly know where the board is coming from, and there won't be any confusion on who thinks what.
Absolutely, thank you. In that case, I think that you folks can be excused until the next round, and we will move on to our next item, which is Policy 5E, Gifts and Affiliated Foundations. This is a second reading. There were some issues with it in BAR, but they were resolved, and the institutions and their foundations have agreed that the policy as presented in our material will work for everyone, and we should adopt the policy. So if there's no objection, Madam Chair, I'll go directly to motion. I move to approve the amendments to the Affiliated Foundation Agreement template as presented in attachment 2.
Second.
Been seconded by Don. Discussion on the motion? Questions? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. And,
Is- yeah.
and I move to approve the second reading of the revisions to Board Policy 5E as presented in Attachment 1.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Allison, you got those? Any discussion on the item? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is the Policy 5X Intercollegiate Athletics. I think you all are familiar with this process. We're in our second reading. I think the key here are the amounts and that differ from our current limits and might be open for discussion, but if you would like, I will go to the motion, or would you rather have the
Well, let's see
discussion
if there's a
prior?
Yeah, if there's discussion prior to any questions.
And would we like to have the athletic folks from the institutions speak to this?
I don't think that's necessary unless there's a specific question or.
I do know that, I believe the university was asked to speak to this issue on behalf of the other institutions, or at least first for the institutions, so.
Madam President?
Yes.
And Madam Chairman, I think this will pass unless we talk about it a lot, and then it may not. So please, anyone that would like to come up.
Unless there's and it doesn't sound like there's a specific request for the information. It is a second reading.
Okay.
And we have it in
I
our
will
materials.
go forward.
So,
I move to approve the second reading of the proposed amendments to Board Policy 5X Intercollegiate Athletics as presented in Attachment 1.
is there a
Second.
second? Richard, second. All in favor?
Aye.
I like
Okay.
this Richard Westerberg that
What-
we've got on his last meeting.
That was far less painful than I expected. Okay, the next item, I believe, is enhancements at the CyberCore and Collaborative Computing Center facilities. This is just a change in the access road, and there's a plan here for it. I think we've all looked at that. This is a project that needs to be done, and the INL or BEA is going to be paying for it, so that's the issue here, which I think is no issue at all. So I will move to approve the change order requested by BEA for construction of an access road extension and traffic circle on MK Simpson Boulevard as depicted in Attachment 1 for an amount not to exceed $1 million, and the subsequent transfer of property to the City of Idaho Falls as described in Attachment 1, and I move to authorize the board's executive director to execute any documents required to transfer the access road depicted on Attachment 1 to the City of Idaho Falls.
Second.
Seconded by Andy. Discussion on the motion.
Does it have to be two, or can it be one?
I think they are, she had an and in there, right? You got both of them?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
I moved, and I moved.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next.
The next is the University of Idaho's intent to reimburse bonds. They're intending to utilize tax-exempt financing for reimbursement of internal expenditures on the ICCU arena. I don't know if there are going to be questions that for the
This is information
institution.
that we've previously seen, dealt with, understood.
Okay. I move to approve the request from University of Idaho for authority to use future bond proceeds to reimburse itself for costs and expenses of the acquisition of the Idaho Central Credit Union Arena property as described in the impact section above, provided, however, any issuance of bonds will require additional board approval consistent with board policies and procedures.
Seconded by Linda. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
The last subject is a systemness update. And this is in conjunction with the Huron Consulting. And Andy, I believe you will give us this information.
I would be glad to. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, and I'll ask Carson, who's primary board support staff, to add in anything that you may think that we need to do. But this is really an update for the entire board, because not all board members have been involved in the process that we have begun working with Huron. Now, just to put this into context, we're talking about Huron a second time. The first engagement that Huron had was to come up with suggested opportunities to be able to take cost out of the system, A, and B, align the higher ed system in a more cohesive way than it has acted, primarily because it was multiple institutions that each grew up separately, and there was not a lot of work done 50 years ago, 30 years ago, et cetera, to think about how these universities might join together to be able to engage in a more efficient use of services, people, et cetera, et cetera. So two things, interrelated: one cost, one activities, both of which we believe from the first Huron report are achievable and perhaps overachievable. Then we sought a consultant or organization which could help us to now timeline and estimate cost of starting to engage in the projects which came out of the Huron consulting report. And lo and behold, who won that second consulting gig but Huron again. But we did engage in a number of different organizations, or several, locally and more broadly and individuals, to see who might be able to help us best to support this second event. Huron obviously had a leg up because they knew what they produced and could help us to now put that into more of an actionable plan that would allow us to know, for instance, costs that we should anticipate needing to incur in order to move the project forward, and the benefits that would come from each of those costs. And so we've engaged with them. We've had a handful of pretty productive meetings. They have produced some I think, thoughtful next step materials, documents, et cetera. They've engaged in a number of follow-up interviews, calls, et cetera, to talk about how they can make these things actionable. And the main things we're talking about, and they were mentioned a little bit in this last discussion as well, because some of the institutions have begun the work on them immediately. But the mid-level management span of control, significant opportunities there, staff support in functional areas, and how we might be able to look at what could be done on a joint basis versus each organization doing the same thing multiple times. Procurement, and procurement is a really interesting opportunity, because I think there's two or three aspects to procurement. The first one is just, can we buy on a much more systematic basis, using volume, to be able to get better prices when everybody needs trash bags, everybody needs computer paper, and are we doing that in multiple institutions, and can we do it better on a single institution? We're going to look at that without hampering the institutions or creating red tape and making it too hard for them to get computer paper. Can we get a lot smarter at acquiring those things? Secondly, we don't have a system today that can actually look across the institutions and say, oh, by the way, President Satterley has a warehouse with 500 chairs in it, and now President Trump needs 400 chairs. She's going to go buy 400 chairs because she doesn't know there's 500 sitting over there. We don't have a system that today tracks inventory across all the institutions. So A, buying, B, allocating things that are out there, and so then we probably sell their chairs to clear up storage space for 10 cents on the dollar, and then go spend 120 cents on the dollar to go buy new ones. So all of those things start to fall into this procurement thing. Interestingly, they were quite interested in self-insurance because they felt like U of I had quite a good deal. We've heard from Brian today that maybe the idea of moving all of the institutions to self-insurance which Huron had suggested. Brian might, want to have a call with Huron to talk about the ups and downsides of where we're at, but that's a thing that they had recommended, and we're really looking at whether that's going to be a viable approach. Of course, we're also having them build out in a much broader way what this whole ERP solution is going to look like. How long is it going to take? Who are the best players out there? Give us some initial costing, stuff that we can go to the legislature with and say, we'd like this in year, 1, and also we want to tell you where this thing is going so that we don't surprise them in year 3, 4, 5 with no initial explanation of where we're going with this. I think that they're working at a pretty diligent pace. We told them that we'd like to have something that board staff and the board could work with in this current round of legislative funding, to the extent that we need some initial funding that we can take to the governor, et cetera. So timeline, I think, is that we're looking for stuff in August, and I'll turn to Carson if I'm being too optimistic there.
Nope, that, Board Member Scoggin, that's correct. So we let them know that if there are legislative requests, that those would be approved by the board in August. And so they are working on that timeline to scope out the timeline, as Board Member Scoggin said, and then also what those costs would be, so that the board would be able to consider that as you consider line item requests.
So I had a question on the process, and that covers part of it. The full board saw the full presentation from the Huron people. Generally speaking, we said, looks good. Beyond that, there's been committee work anticipating some type of, there will be additional decision-making on what some of these things look like. How is what the committee is seeing, how does that get transferred, or how do we see that? How does the full board see that, so that the committee, not that I don't trust any of you, but that we're all, am I making sense?
You are making full sense. The document is in process, so
Okay.
I'm not sure that the board wants to see every iteration of it.
No.
But it should be ready fairly soon. And
Something for us to react to, like, this is.
Oh, no, I think long before the August meeting, yes. Oh, definitely.
But
I
that's
think
where,
by the
that's
end
where
of
we have
June.
to have any discussion.
Correct, and so, right, and what I'm hearing from board president is, I'd rather not see it the week before the meeting in August. I'd rather see something that is early enough that I can react, respond, ask questions, et cetera.
Madam President and Andy, they do very good PowerPoint presentations. I wonder, could they not be shared with the rest of the board?
What I'm saying is, I think they should be shared, and they should be shared early.
So we
but
could
I
be
don't
coming
wanna-
along with
I've got another meeting with them on Monday. We're tying up a bunch of knots on the thing, and I think that we should have it ready for us. And I'm incredibly hesitant to suggest a special board meeting after the beautiful and eloquent statement yesterday about that, but I think
to
that
me
we
falls
could have.
into a criteria
Yeah, we
of-
could have a meeting, call in, et cetera, informational meeting that would walk through where it is, and I would suggest that it be done as soon as we have the PowerPoint,
report.
to Richard's point, ready to walk through, because I just don't think waiting till August would be appropriate.
Well, and I think that waiting till August as a first exposure for everyone that has not been involved will delay all of it. Knowing myself, I don't want to come to the meetings. I don't need to come to the meetings, but I also want to be brought along as you are having conversations, and this is the direction that we think we want to go. Is this a good check-in to say, this is what the committee's looking at, this is what Huron's suggesting, this is the direction we're going, are we headed in that same?
My expectation is that in the next 3 weeks, we could have something that would be ready for the entire board to look at. I don't know if you're thinking I'm too.
Well, what I thought I heard Mr. Westerberg say is sharing those PowerPoints that they're doing for the committee along the way
That would be great.
would be helpful to the board, as
Sure.
opposed to the board
Sure.
waiting for some finite.
I worry that, there's, a bunch of stuff in there that is going to get changed before we get to the final one because of questions, because of sensitivity testing, et cetera. And then But
But I would like to see
think it'd be
that,
fine
to see the
send every-
evolution of
I think it'd be
where you
fine
were.
to send every iteration.
So I think they could,
Sure.
everyone could weigh in on it in that way.
And if there was
That's
a
right. Is
question,
there-
we give someone a
Are there
call.
open meeting problems with sending those out and having everybody weigh in on them? Because that
They
was the
could weigh
second
into
point of
Matt.
it.
The weigh-in part's a problem.
We could weigh
but-
into
But
that.
certainly, we could get the PowerPoints to them, just recognizing we can't have a group discussion online about them.
But we could send those to Carson or Matt, to a staff member, Kevin.
Madam President, thank you. Just a question out of ignorance, admittedly. Who is the Idaho State University representative on the committee?
Madam President, that is coming. Right now, it's a board committee,
Okay.
but part of the recommendation from here on is for an executive committee to oversee the whole process, which includes each of the university presidents.
There's a three-level staffing that they've proposed, which includes you and includes then appointees by you and other relevant organizations as part of what we just received last week. So that's part of the structure. And this is a structure that would exist multi-year, not just for this August meeting, but would then guide and drive a lot of this.
The second level of that is the financial vice presidents from all of the institutions. But
Okay.
the executive committee, what they're recommending is the board members who are on the committee and the university presidents to oversee the process.
And see, these are things I haven't understood myself, and which is why we wanted to have an explanation of where we are, so that those of us that haven't been in on the detailed process, I knew we had a report, I knew we had board members looking at it, that's it.
So Madam
And
President,
so
to the
we need-
extent
I
that you
would-
direct, we could ask Carson to send it immediately to
You
the
could have the
board.
one we looked at last.
That would be great, send them all.
Yep.
So,
It's a
Richard?
good idea.
Well, I just, that last PowerPoint really answers the questions Kevin has and a lot of the questions the board members have, just to look at it.
Well, is there any reason we couldn't send that to the university
I
presidents?
would say yes,
On the
only
last
because I'd
one?
rather the board don't, then they get it and then you say, well, I don't want them on, or this person in that position. And so I'd rather the board have at
Okay.
least some insight
Sure.
to it before it goes to the broader world.
Okay,
I don't think there'll be a problem. I think it's valid.
well, and that's why we want
Put
to,
into a position.
want to do that in case there are questions, disagreements.
But soon thereafter, I think it should go to the broader group.
Okay, Matt?
Board members, Kevin is the incoming president or chair for President's Council, so he and I work on agenda items each month. And for the July meeting, we've already talked about, Huron will actually be presenting at the President's Council
Good.
meeting, so that's out there as well.
Thank you, Andy. I think in this case, the more information and communication that we have of your discussions, it will benefit all of us in the end for the timeline.
Well, and it's multifaceted. It has many, many arms, so it's important that everybody be able to get there,
Okay.
understand it.
With that,
Madam Chair, that concludes my agenda items. Thank you.
well done. We
And
appreciate everyone's
I-
participation.
I think that it would be appropriate to have a break at this
I
point.
couldn't agree more. So let's take a break until 10:15.
Thank you.
I don't know what the protocol is on how many whacks. Is it one? Is it three? Is it, it's one? Is it,
Matt's parley-vous, so.
is it knocking? I don't know. That didn't come in my handbook.
You had a handbook?
Don't worry, you'll be writing the handbook as you go, because there isn't one.
Actually, I'd like a policy to be
Good luck.
formed. Dave Hill, who is listening, could you work up a policy for how many knocks of the gavel for future?
I think
board
it's
president?
in Roberts.
Is that right? So it is somewhere. All right. Very nice. All right, continuing on, we are with Ursa, Chairman Clark.
Thank you, Madam President. With your permission, we will make a slight adjustment in our schedule to accommodate schedules of our presenters. So
that would be great.
To that end, our first conversation will be a Higher Ed Research Council, or HERC, update. And I believe Dr. McHugh and Dr. Nelson are going to do that jointly, so we'd invite them to come up.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, board members, for the opportunity to be here to give an update on the Higher Education Research Council. And I want to say a great number of thanks to Dr. Kathleen McHugh as staff in assisting in putting together this presentation. I'm the new incoming chair on this council. We've had a number of changes since a year ago. As you know, the former chair, Mark Rudin, passed the gavel to Niels van der Schijf, and Niels van der Schijf retired in December, so I am now in this position. So next slide, please. You know our mission. Our mission is really important to strengthen our capacity and for the 4 years institutions in the state and contribute to the economic development of Idaho. And I really see this as our mission is to be good stewards of the investment funding that is provided from the council. The recipients are the 3 doctoral institutions, BSU, ISU, and the University of Idaho, and 1 baccalaureate college, LCSC. So first of all, like as I mentioned, there has been a little change in membership. We have 4 representatives from higher education on the HERC membership. Dr. Harold Blackman is new. Dr. Scott Schneider is new. I'm in a new role as chair, and our longest standing member, I think, is Dr. Lori Stinson. And so we have 3 vice presidents for research from the universities and the provost of LCSC. We also have industrial representatives on the board, and these members bring an outstanding perspective, especially in helping us evaluate our proposals and our investment initiatives. We have a new member from the Idaho National Laboratory, Dr. Todd Combs has replaced Dr. Kelly Beierschmidt. And again, a thanks to this dedication of these individuals to helping us steward these funds. The overall funding is a little over $4 million. I think it's $4.16 million. And there are 5 major initiatives that HERC undertakes. And in the next few slides, I'm going to give a brief description of each of these initiatives. But overall, there is about $800,000 that goes to the NSF EPSCoR Matching Fund. There's about $1 million in research infrastructure investments, about $250,000 in undergraduate research investments. We have an incubation grant-funded program, which is smaller, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the HERC iGEM projects are significant, probably the largest part of the entire investment portfolio at just over $2.1 million. So let me go through these very quickly, and please feel free to interrupt at any time during the presentation if you have a specific question, or I'd be happy to take them at the end. I did have the privilege about a year ago to give an update to this committee on the NSF EPSCoR grant. We wrote a proposal to NSF for a Track 1 Research Award. This is a statewide award. It was $20 million and had a required $4 million match, so the entire project is a $24 million project. It was awarded in October of last year, and we're just writing the one-year report, which is due in June 30th, which is less than 1 year into the project. But we just completed the entire strategic planning exercise for the year, and we're writing the first-year report. We're having great success from all the universities that are contributing to this. The $4 million in matching funds does come from HERC, and that's to a tune of exactly $800,000 per year. And I want to say that we're very, very thankful for this. We're seeing a tremendous return on that. I think in the longer presentation you saw some of that details, but things are going extremely well. Part of the funds, just under $1 million, are used in investments in research infrastructure. And these are investments that are given to the vice presidents and the provosts at the 4 universities and colleges to use their discretion at how to invest in them. They cover a number of items of infrastructure repair, library support, computers, graduates, teaching. I've highlighted a few of each of the ones that from each of the universities here. But these are very important funds to be able to, in some ways, plug the holes of where there's an immediate need and be a little bit nimble to respond to needs of the universities. I know as VPR at University of Idaho, I'm very, very grateful for these, and they've made a tremendous difference. And I hear the same input from my colleagues across the state. One of the things that we've moved even a little bit more funding into this last year is into undergraduate research in terms of both research projects for undergraduates as well as funding the annual undergraduate conference Idaho Conference on Undergraduate Research. And I think this is a place that we really see a high return, and I certainly have great pride in investing in our students. We will be having and helping to host the Idaho Conference on Undergraduate Research. This will be occurring on July 31st in 2019, so just a little over a month from now in Boise. This is, go ahead to the next slide too. This has been extremely well attended. This is a slide from last year's conference with a very modest amount of budget support. There were over 300 attendees, and so it was very well attended and a very excellent opportunity for our students in the state of Idaho to show the impact in the work that they've been doing. The HERC, go to the HERC incubation. That's back one. The HERC Incubation Grant Fund Program is one that we need to take a look at. Last year, there were no proposals submitted. This is a program that had been budgeted up to $225,000, and projects could be funded up to $75,000. There's been a bit of a varied response to this over the years. We had some initial discussion of this at our meeting a few weeks ago, and we do want to take a look holistically at the role of this program and where its life cycle is. And so we may make some awards this year or not, and I can speak to that in a little bit in future detail. But in the past, this has had a very significant impact, and we want to question if this is a time to revitalize or reinvigorate or tighten up this program. So what I can say is last year when there were no projects submitted, we reallocated some of the funding money, and quite a bit of that went to the undergraduate research work. So the HERC iGEM is really the bread and butter of this program. This is a competitive program that supports projects on the order of a budget of about $2 million, a 3-year project, roughly budget requests of $700,000 a year. And so there would be a 1-, 2-, and 3-year funding of these that is reviewed each year. So it's not granted upfront for all 3 years, but it is up to renewal each year. And so in this portfolio, there can be proposals that are in year 1, year 2, or year 3 of their funding, and they can come in from any of the major institutions. Currently, we have 3 projects funded. One is in its year 3, and I'm going to talk very briefly about each of these, and then 2 are in their first year. So I'll move on to the next slide to talk about the 3 FY19 projects. So this is a project at the University of Idaho that is in year 3. I think you've heard quite a lot today and quite a lot across the years of the importance of the cybersecurity for our national interests and also the unique role that Idaho is poised to contribute as a very large national player in the area of cybersecurity. And so this was a project that was funded 3 years ago, so it's received 3 years of infusion and it's just completing. In fact, Governor Little toured the Cyber Lab at the University of Idaho last month. So it's nice to see where this is poised now with this infrastructure to move into a self-sustaining mode. And it's really going to be an asset with the buildings that are going up in Idaho Falls and with what our sister institutions are doing, building their curriculum. Excuse us, we're working on advancing the slide. There. So this was a project on sustaining the competitiveness of the food industry in southern Idaho, and I don't need to go into the importance of what the food industry is to our economy in the state of Idaho. But what was really exciting, this project was funded last year. It was a project submitted by the University of Idaho, but I was very proud to see that we actually partnered with Idaho State and Boise State, and it is really a team effort. We are just finishing up the first year on this grant, and funding has been awarded for a second year. The brief update on here is that there has been a tremendous stakeholder advisory board that has been assembled that has representatives from Idaho Dairymen's Association, from Simplot, from Chobani, from Twin Falls wastewater treatment plants, and many more. I won't read them all. But the stakeholders are very excited about what the team is starting to do. We're getting poised, I think, to have a lot of movement in year 2 as the group has assembled. So I think I am very appreciative for this investment. And the final project in this iGEM project portfolio is a project that was funded last year to Boise State University, and this one again is going to be renewed, and a second year of funding will be provided for this project. And what's pretty exciting about this that really impresses me is that Boise State University leveraged this investment from the state and actually secured National Science Foundation SRC grant. And so again, the initial investment from the state of Idaho has been leveraged multiple fold, and this project is involving students. Micron is involved. It's going to impact both our education and our economic development across the state. So again, it's just starting its second year, but we're looking forward to seeing how this progresses. So I don't have a final slide on next steps, but on next steps, I would like to say that we just met just a few weeks ago as a committee, and I have asked as chair to pull together and have a retreat in the next month, in August or September, because I'd like to bring the committee together with so many new members to think holistically at a high level of, is the distribution of the funding making the most impact? It may be, and the answer may be yes, but I'd like to step back when we're not meeting on making funding decisions and look at what the uses of these funds are for. I've asked my fellow members to bring data that supports the success of the multiple programs and show us some year-over-year data about the investments. So at this point, I would be happy to take any questions from the board, and thank you for your attention.
Don?
Thanks, Madam President. What's the future of iGEM funding? I mean, is that a continuing support?
The iGEM funding, yes, that is continuing support. That.
Tracy's coming up to.
Okay, let me defer.
That's what, $3 million a year?
Thank you, Madam President, Board Member Saltman. The original funding actually included the ongoing funding for CAES, as well as funding for the Department of Commerce and funding within the board office or the system-wide needs budget. That is the responsibility of the board for these programs. It is part of our base funding now, so it is ongoing within the base unless the legislature chooses to do a reduction.
Thank you.
Well, Thank you. I think those are wonderful projects, and it's clear that this quote-unquote seed money has reaped benefits with other grants, and I think the projects are very interesting. We appreciate the work of the committee, and I would just like to personally thank you for taking the reins, and it's obvious that the HERC is in good hands.
Thank you, Board Member Clark, and thank you, President Critchfield and the board for allowing us to be here today.
And strongly support your notion of getting all of your new team together for a session. So thank you very much.
There's one final
I'm
question.
sorry.
Just a quick comment, just so the board is aware, so the funding for HERC flows to the board through the system-wide appropriation, which is part of the college and university's budget, and then HERC disperses those funds out on behalf of the board, just so you're aware of how that works.
Thank you, Matt. Go ahead.
Thank you.
So, Madam President, we'll go back to what was noted as item number 1, Board Policy 3V. This policy is a second reading, and the policy will allow for seamless transfer and articulation of credit awarded from prior learning for common indexed courses and general education requirements. If the board wants more specific information, I'll defer to Randall.
This is
It's
not
pretty
the tail end
straightforward.
necessarily, but in conjunction with the work that we've been doing with our Common Course numbering and so forth. Over this way, did I miss someone?
And it will, this update will also
sorry.
conform to Idaho code.
Oh, that's a good addition. Would you like to go to motion? I don't
I
see
will.
any questions.
I move to approve the second reading of proposed amendments to Board Policy 3V, articulation and transfer as submitted in Attachment 1.
Is there a
Strong second.
Seconded by Andy. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Madam President, the second item on the URSA agenda is there because of the online program fee attached to it. And would ask Dr. Rourke to come and speak to Boise State's request.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, members of the board. Boise State proposes a graduate certificate in computer-assisted language learning. It's a 12-credit certificate consisting of 6 credits in the Department of Modern Languages and 6 credits in the Department of Educational Technology. Comes before you today, as Madam Chair said, because it is proposed under the self-support and online fee model. You may have many questions, so I will just stop there and allow you to ask the questions.
Well, I'll start. Dr. Rourke, is it possible for a student to earn this certificate as part of an existing graduate program?
Yes, the 12 credits would feed quite naturally into our Masters of Education in Educational Technology, and that is the partnering department who offers 6 of those 12 credits.
Okay. Are there other questions?
I'm not sure, is this like that Babbel thing online where you learn a language online, or is this something different than that?
It is different from that. This is essentially preparing teachers, mostly professional development for in-service teachers, to work with students in online learning.
So language learning.
Language learning.
Yeah.
So this is largely supplemental instruction to students who are acquiring a second language, rather than delivering that purely in an online mode to students.
So I guess the follow-up to my first question about whether this certificate could be obtained currently is, if that is the case, as you indicated, what's the driver for a program to do this, if they can already get it?
Well, they can't. There are 2 new courses that are proposed as part of this, Foreign Languages 510 and Foreign Languages 520. And those would be offered out of the Department of World Languages. We have a faculty member who has extensive experience and expertise in computer-assisted language learning. There is, to the best of my knowledge at any rate, no current online graduate certificate program in CALL, as it's called. There are 2 on-ground programs, one at Arizona State University, one at the University of Arizona. Those are also graduate certificates, but as I said, there's nothing available online. So Idaho teachers currently would have to travel to Arizona to earn that certificate face-to-face.
I have a question, not specifically on this course, but just as a process, where are we in our discussion on online fees? And I don't know if that's a Randall question or Emma question.
I believe it's a chairman of
We-
the bar committee question.
We have a
Carson,
meeting,
thank
an all-day, well, a most of the day meeting scheduled that will include all of our institutions and the committee to look at the current policy and talk about what we want our fees to do and be and how they work. So we're, in spite of my efforts to speed this along, it's tough to get 12 or 14 people in the room at the same time. So we are continuing to work on that.
BAR could suggest a hold on all fee increases until the work is done. Maybe that would help us.
I'm just
I'm not-
beginning to sense the real power that the bar chair has.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
Carson, you have anything you'd like to add to that? I know we've just been talking about it for a long time, to your point of trying to get there.
Madam President, no, I don't. What she said.
Okay, all right. Again, it's not about this so much as just the larger conversation that we've been having for some time. I just wanted to check in on that.
Are you ready for the motion?
Yes.
I move to approve the request by Boise State University to create an online graduate certificate in computer-assisted language learning as presented in attachment 1.
Second.
Seconded by Andy. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Richard?
And the accompanying motion, I move to approve the request by Boise State University to charge an online program fee of $478 per credit for students enrolled in the Wholly Online Graduate Certificate in Computer-Assisted Language Learning Program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Don. Discussion?
You may have already mentioned, but that number is arrived at by just taking is that the same graduate per hour course for a part-timer like we've seen with the undergraduate program?
Board Member Scoggin, the 478 is currently the per credit price in the educational technology program. And since 2 of those 4 courses are currently offered as part of that program, that was the benchmark that was used. I will note that this is $28 higher than the part-time graduate per credit fee, which happens to be actually $2 less than what we would have charged were this just an online course offering in a on-ground or hybrid program. So as an online program, we have a fixed price of $478 per credit.
Thank you.
Emma?
Just along those lines, that's, if my math is correct, and I didn't use my calculator, about almost $6,000
Yeah,
for
5,700.
the 12 credit certificate. And what kind of salary would an individual who has this certificate earn above and beyond that of a regular teacher, for example, to justify that kind of investment in that few credits?
I think Chairman Clark could probably speak better than I know she could to the career ladder issues. I'm unaware of any particular salary increase that a public teacher would earn here.
There's not a stipend for this kind of thing. I think the individuals would recognize financial benefit if they hit the mark for 24 credits past the bachelor's or master's degree, or that's the way the new schedule works. It's not a per credit allocation as it used to be.
Thank you.
Madam President, the URSA committee rests.
Show off.
Thank you.
Oh, we still have to vote. Okay, sorry, Don seconded that, correct? All right. All in favor of the motion for the associated fee?
Aye.
And thank you, Matt, for keeping us on track. All right, Richard, you're back up.
Madam President, as you recall, we finished all the action items for PGAC yesterday afternoon, and we now have the part of the program you like most, Madam President. We have 4 presentations, all of informational purposes. The first will be the Idaho Public Television Annual Report. Ron, are you there? Ron Pizaniski will, the director will give his annual report. And please introduce your panel.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Member Westerberg. Joining me is Jeff Tucker. He is our Director of Content Services. Underneath him is all of our education and outreach activities, as well as production and programming. So if you come to questions and I can't answer him or answer them, Jeff will be here to do that. So first, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to present to you today on Idaho Public Television. I'd also like to invite all of you to take a tour of our facilities in Boise, where you can have the opportunity to see our operation in action. So I thought I would start just simply with a few images from the new season on PBS, and hopefully I know which direction I'm pushing this. Yeah. Here we go.
I grew up believing that I could literally be anything I wanted to be. Prove it. That sounds like fun. This is mind-blowing. That's incredible. Welcome to the program, everyone. That's amazing. I have chills. It's going to be big this year. Compelling, powerful, amazing. We are overcoming limitations. I'm all yours.
So just some fun images for the upcoming season. You probably would recognize some of the series there, but Ken Burns has got a brand new 16-hour series on country music. There's a whole week-long group of programs about the space, the moon landing, and lots of other wonderful dramas. So on to our mission. We are committed to serving all Idahoans, no matter where they live or how they access our educational content and services. For today's presentation, I'll be giving you an overview of our 3 strategic goals. Number 1, to make sure our content and services are available anywhere and anytime our viewers want it on all the new technologies. Number 2, enhance our services for teachers, parents, and students of all ages. And number 3, expand our local productions to make us even more relevant to Idahoans. Then I'll quickly go over our budget, even though I know you've just approved it, and talk about the challenges and opportunities moving forward. All of the information I'm going to present to you today illustrate how we're striving to meet both the state boards and Idaho Public Television strategic objectives. So our engineers and other staff work hard to make sure we are in every community of Idaho with high-quality educational content and services via our extensive network of transmitters and translators that simultaneously broadcast 5 digital signals. We continue to be among the most watched PBS stations per capita in the nation, now reaching more than 500,000 viewers each week via broadcast, as well as tens of thousands more via the internet. One of our goals is to reach Idahoans no matter what device they want to use to consume our educational content. So in addition to on-demand viewing on all of the major platforms, you can expect us to see us added to the new live streaming services later this year. While fundraising on traditional broadcast continues to be strong, we know we need to raise funds via new technologies, which is why we created Passport, our on-demand service for donors to the station. Passport includes thousands of additional on-demand programs like the drama series Jamestown or the complete Downton Abbey. Yes, you can sit and binge watch all 67 episodes in a row, or the Poldark series.
Okay, so I watched all but the last episode of Les Miserables, and then it went off after 2 weeks, and I can't get it. Help.
That's because you're, we'll fix that for you. You have to be a donor to the station at $60 or more to get that to happen. But I think we can make that possible for the board members here.
I'm pretty sure we donated this year.
Okay, there you go. But before you think that we no longer need those transmitters and translators, a dose of reality. No, we'll take care of it for you, don't worry. Even in the most recent report from Nielsen, online viewing totals only 6 hours per week, whereas Americans watch good old-fashioned television nearly 30 hours a week. So while online viewing has more than tripled in recent years, I think we'll be broadcasting for a long time to come. One of our biggest issues in recent years has been that's been consuming the agency is the FCC spectrum auction and the resulting TV channel repacking. Now, as a refresher, broadcasters are losing 16 channels and are being squeezed into the remaining 35 channels. I'm pleased to let you know we're well on our way to making the transition without losing any communities and without it costing the state significant expenses. In fact, we were able to secure a grant from T-Mobile to cover the equipment costs for changing the channels on at least 18 of our translators and relays, saving the state more than $500,000. I'm also pleased that the state appropriated general fund dollars for a new engineering position to help with this effort, though attracting candidates at the salary we can pay is proving to be an incredibly difficult challenge. And on that note, we still haven't been able to get anyone at all, to accept the new engineering position despite more than 4 different attempts to go out and re-advertise it. In addition, another one of our engineers has retired, and filling that position is also proving extremely difficult. We're working on an in-house training program, but even that won't really address this issue without increasing the salary we can pay. So in today's packet of materials, as you saw earlier, is a line item to address this issue. A little bit more on that in a few moments. Moving on to our second initiative, I thought I'd start with these our second priority. I thought I'd start with these new and enhanced education initiatives. As a reminder, when I became general manager a few years ago, we were doing none of these activities and had absolutely no staff dedicated to this work. We're now about to, whoops, no. One too many, what happened? Sorry. Went backwards and now the screen's gone blank. This is the screen I want to be on, sorry. We're now about to enter our 4th year of this professional development project for teachers. As a reminder, we were chosen as one of 5 stations for this 3-year pilot project. We hired our teacher ambassador, Carrie Wardle, in the fall of 2016. Our project plan involves 2 basic components: traveling around the state, meeting with teachers and administrators, and showcasing the resources available from Idaho Public Television, in particular PBS Learning Media, and doing extensive training with teachers in a limited number of classrooms. For that deeper dive, we've been working closely with schools in Buell, Wendell, and Gooding. The research already indicates that these teachers are more comfortable using technology in the classroom as a result of the project and are using these digital resources more effectively with their students. In fact, the research firm that we hired noted that, quote, Idaho teachers overwhelmingly are spending more time investigating teaching strategies, tools, and content, collaborating with other educators, and made changes to one or more of their lessons as a result of the program. Also, they said, common themes from Idaho instructors include the ease and practicality of integrating technology in the classroom, helpful resources offered by the program, and how tech integration excited students. and of course, the support from the teacher ambassador. Here's a short video that showcases the program.
At Idaho Public Television, we promote lifelong learning by engaging families, educators, and communities to support the entire learning ecosystem. And teachers are the backbone of that environment. The PBS Teacher Community Program is a pilot project dedicated to addressing the needs of rural educators. Our shared goal is to improve learning outcomes for all children, especially those who need it most.
We have a very high Hispanic population, and we are a very low economic school. So we don't have a lot of money. So being able to pull something like this in to help our kids get that edge is really nice, so that we can help our little ones get what they need.
Our teacher ambassador, Carrie Wardle, works directly with educators to provide free, in-person professional development.
Because I'm a certified teacher with experience in the classroom, I'm able to go into the classrooms with teachers. And sometimes I co-teach, sometimes I just teach while they watch so they can see it done.
As a former teacher, Wardle understands the importance of classroom modeling.
We talk so often as teachers about modeling with students, and we model with students. Nobody models with teachers. They just hand them these devices and say, here you go, now teach these kids.
Carrying modeling lessons for the teachers is probably one of the best things that's come out of the program. I think that's one of the best ways that teachers learn is to actually see things in practice.
And when I recognized who Carrie was as a teacher, her success in her own classroom, and then her passion with technology next to teaching, I knew it was going to be good for the teachers. I've been in their position.
And coaching educators in technology is her passion.
I use at least one thing that she's taught me literally every day.
I think I use technology so much more now than I used to. I use it every day. And so it's been a big jump, big improvement.
If the teacher's scared, I say just jump in there and give it a whirl, and you'll be surprised what you will learn.
From coding in the classroom to online and in-person professional development, Idaho Public Television provides time-strapped teachers the means to bring lesson plans to life.
I just think it is a very worthwhile program that teachers need.
Carrie has been awesome in helping us use things through PBS and also just that are out there on the web and net and everything to help us to enhance what we're already doing and not adding to our plate.
And this partnership is making a real difference in Idaho.
With Carrie coming in and supporting our families to help them understand how to work with their students, or to show the students how to show their mom and dad or grandma and grandpa how to code, it really creates such an amazing experience for them. It's really nice to see them learn together and grow together. So it's not just the students, it's really a family event.
You can tell them what to say and they'll say it. If you're done with that, you can click that one. And then once you have another one of these, it will show the picture on there, and you put it down here, and it will flip to that picture. It's awesome.
Technology is everywhere that we are, but I'm a big proponent also of we teach kids young. We teach kids technology young. We don't start teaching them to read in 5th and 6th grade. We don't start teaching them math in junior high. There's a reason that we don't do that, because those years from K to 3rd grade are the formative years, so we need to start teaching them to use technology in a meaningful way, not just staring at a screen looking at YouTube.
Idaho Public Television is proud to partner with educators across the state. Together, we can strengthen the Gem State's entire learning ecosystem and create a foundation of enduring curiosity in all Idahoans.
So, as you can see on the screen, we have lots of services for preschoolers and their parents, including both broadcast and online content. We also have a full-time staffer doing outreach events in libraries, schools, and daycare centers throughout Idaho. We've been partnering with the governor's staff and others on using our work and resources to support his new early literacy initiative, and I hope that you were all able to see the First Lady's recent newsletter that highlighted the work we're doing in this area. A year and a half ago, we also launched a new 24/7 channel, both on air and online, that includes preschool and elementary content to reach children at even more times of the day. And this content has demonstrable impact. children who watch our programs and use our educational games do markedly better on standardized test scores in both reading and math. In fact, recently, an independent researcher at Northwestern University analyzed 45 different studies involving more than 24,000 students and found that PBS Kids shows, games, and local engagement are as effective in helping kids develop literacy skills as a high-quality preschool. Another educational initiative is the OSERS project. Working with the State Department of Education, we've been producing professional development video modules and workshops for teachers to demonstrate best practices in teaching students with dyslexia and other learning disabilities. And finally, we're currently working hard on another multi-year grant awarded to us by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting called American Graduate. This is phase 3 of their efforts to get high school students to graduate and go on to some post-secondary education. We were one of 19 public media stations to receive the grant. It's allowed us to hire a full-time producer to create content for distribution online and on air. Our job is to focus on the 16 to 26-year-olds, as well as returning vets and people needing retraining in order to get jobs. This is our first official work with older and returning students, as we've been working before with the state board on graduating high school students. There's a large percentage, obviously, of high-demand skilled jobs available in our state. Our focus has been on the pathway to success, and we're highlighting Idaho Career Technical Education, college technical education, and apprenticeships. It gives us the chance to work with different partners in state government than we usually do, as well as education and industry. The governor's newly reorganized Workforce Development Council has allowed us to connect with the office in a new and helpful way. And in addition, we're connecting with industries throughout the state, and the Idaho Business for Education is providing us with contacts for future funding opportunities. The key to this is making it all happen in a fun, engaging way for young adults, and here's an example of one of the spots.
Idaho Public Television has been exploring our state for career and technical education opportunities that provide skills in the trades. In the North Idaho town of Clarkford, we discovered learning the basics of skilled jobs is a vital part of student development in science, technology, English, and math.
My name is Marty Jones. I'm a career technical education teacher here at Clark Fork High School. At the beginning, I was teaching what's called the Tech Track.
The track program is basically, it's an experiential learning program where we try to mesh what happens in the classrooms to real-world experience.
We find some students who, given the opportunity, absolutely thrive in an environment like this. You throw some metal in front of them, you throw some machine tools in front of them, and then they go to town with it.
It's been great watching how it has transformed some of these kids. Kids who normally would kind of sink into the shadows have a chance to shine.
To explore what a career and technical education can do for you, check out the full story on our Idaho Public Television American Graduate website.
So finally, the newest of our education initiatives is the PBS Parent Engagement Grant. And I'm going to read to you from the actual awarding of the grant. PBS will distribute grant funding to 3 stations to embed a parent community engagement professional in their station, design a local plan utilizing PBS Kids parent engagement models to strengthen the home-to-school connection, and implement engagement activities informed by and in partnership with schools to create engaging learning experiences for families. All the activities will focus on parent engagement in schools to advance learning outcomes for low-income children. Throughout the project, PBS Kids will continue to explore the ways in which the work in the pilot station communities can be replicated and expanded to other stations throughout the country. And here's a quick look at the website, that's newly developed website for parents that will be at the core of this new initiative. So moving on to my third focus since becoming GM, which has been to enhance our local productions. This year we've been awarded 16, whoops, sorry. Why does it do that? One more time. I'm going too fast. There we go. We've been awarded 69 awards so far this year, including last week 4 Emmy Awards. And Jeff has got the program. I didn't drag the Emmy up because they're four of them sort of would take all of the suitcase space that I have. We also have been awarded 34 Idaho Press Club Awards and 16 World Fest Awards, a big international competition. One of the series you may not know as much about is our science series for late elementary and middle school students. Last year, more than 2 million videos were streamed from the website. All of the topics are chosen by Idaho teachers based on their curriculum needs. And this year, we've been experimenting with the production of 360-degree VR videos. Here's an example of just one of the digital shorts.
The brain contains about 100 billion tiny cells called neurons. They send messages back and forth to tell your body what to do. Most messages between neurons travel at more than 150 miles per hour. That's as fast as the top speeds of the bullet train. If you need to move really quickly, motor neurons can send information at more than 200 miles per hour. And the brain can hold a lot of information. In electronic terms, scientists think the brain's storage capacity is between 3 and 1,000 terabytes. And it takes a lot of fuel to keep your brain working so fast. Even though the brain is only 2% of your body's weight, it uses 20% of the energy from the blood and oxygen in your body. And your brain never stops working, even when you sleep. Scientists suggest that we have more than 70,000 thoughts each day. For more information about the brain, check out the Science Trek website. You'll find it at idahoptv.org/sciencetrek.
Dialogue has now been scaled back a bit in order to allow host Marcia Franklin to work on more documentary-style productions, in particular Idaho Experience, where she was one of the people who won 2 of the Emmy Awards last week. But it will return in the fall. One of our growing services, I don't know where I'm supposed to point this. There we go. Whoops. One of our growing services that I'm sure you're all familiar with is Idaho in Session. This session was a banner year with streams up more than 23%. In fact, we maxed out the system with more than 1,000 viewers trying to watch online at the same time. We also have been doing more and more interim committees and meetings outside of the regular legislative session. Idaho Reports continues to provide information on not only the activities of the Idaho legislature, but also on the impact that legislation has on people across Idaho. And Melissa Davlin was awarded BSU School of Public Services Enhancing Public Discourse Award, as well as the Idaho Press Club's Reporter of the Year Award. We had great feedback about our debates this year and want to thank our partners from BSU, U of I, and ISU, as well as the Idaho Press Club and the League of Women Voters Education Fund. Outdoor Idaho continues to be one of the gems in our crown. Outdoor Idaho is now entering its 37th season this fall, still celebrating the incredible richness and diversity of our state, while also examining the environmental and resource issues facing this part of the West. Some of the shows on the docket include an hour-long program on how the state of Idaho has been changing in the past 30 years or so, a program on individuals who've managed to craft a living by making interesting and enduring things, a program that takes viewers to the highest regions of the state, the 9 mountains that are more than 12,000 feet high, and the 36th season begins this coming October, looking at how we're living with wildlife. Here's a, excuse me, a quick look in about a minute. Now, keep in mind, you know, the people are going up those 12,000-foot mountains, but we have to go up there too with those crazy huge cameras. So it's amazing what our crew does. So Idaho Experience is our newest production. It's the first ongoing series we've launched in almost 20 years. The series showcases the resourceful, rugged, and innovative nature of Idahoans, our unforgettable events, and unbelievable successes. These stories are designed to inspire a deeper understanding of how we came to be where we are today, and in the knowing where we may go tomorrow. Shining a light on the linkages between the past and the present gives us an appreciation of not only what it means to be an Idahoan, but also to be human. It's our hope that this sense of shared identity gives us all a firmer footing upon which to grow and change for a better Idaho. On the screen, you can see what's in production, but alas, I don't have any clips of those shows to show you. So instead, I thought I'd show you a clip of our latest finished program about a little-known story from Moscow, Idaho. Take a look from the top of the show.
Major funding for Idaho Experience, provided by the J.A. and Catherine Albertson Family Foundation, making Idaho a place to learn, thrive, and prosper, with additional support from Ann Volokay and Louise Nelson, and Judy and Steve Meyer, the Richard K. and Shirley S. Hemingway Foundation, the Futura Corporation, the Friends of Idaho Public Television, the Idaho Public Television Endowment, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
A lifetime of failure.
He didn't want to just be a druggist. He wanted to make his mark. He wanted to make some money. He wanted to be somebody.
A revelation from God.
Out of Moscow, Idaho has come a new idea, a new discovery, a new philosophy. It is called Psychiana.
Then success, beyond his wildest dreams.
Here is this man, Frank Robinson, who started a mail-order religion in Moscow, Idaho, of all places. 6 weeks after the stock market crashes, and he made a fortune by giving people hope, and that hope came at $1 per lesson.
For Frank B. Robinson, Psychiana became the ticket to all he wanted. A rebuke to his abusive father, the answer to his lost faith, a beautiful family. It brought cars, businesses, powerful friends.
All these are living proofs of what the God law can do for all who will give it an opportunity.
I think that Frank Robinson found something that worked for him. I think there was a real transformation in his life. And I think he wanted to share that with people. I also think he was a very shrewd businessman.
It was huge. I mean, Moscow's never had anything like that before or since.
The intriguing history you've never heard, a character out of a Charles Dickens novel, Idaho's mail-order Messiah, on Idaho Experience.
Now, we couldn't produce an ongoing history series without keeping the students of Idaho in mind. So with the help of a CPB Innovation Planning Grant, Carrie Wardle took the idea and ran with it. She asked several teachers from all over the state to pick one of the episodes from season 1 and identify 2 short segments from the show and write lesson plans for Idaho's 4th grade Idaho history curriculum. We then uploaded everything to PBS Learning Media. I assume you know that this is the portal that Carrie is also using in her classroom work, rather. If we receive the full CPB Innovation Grant, we'll be able to work with Idaho teachers to develop educational curriculum that connects to more of our local productions. Now on to our FY20 budget. I think we went over this earlier, so I'm going to skip this slide and move on to just needless to say, we're concerned about the federal funding picture. The president's budget again this year calls for elimination of CPB. As a reminder, funding from Congress provides to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting translates into about $1.5 million in grants to Idaho Public Television. Loss of those fundings would have devastating impact to our operations. Other opportunities and challenges, as I noted earlier, my main goal moving forward involves these 4 areas, and our FY21 budget request reflects those 4 areas. I think you've gone through all of the 4 line item requests. The only thing I will say is this particular one is designed to address the engineering issues that I mentioned earlier. In addition, we're asking for a new educational outreach position to enhance the work that we're doing and allow us to be able to serve more communities and reach more parts of the state. And finally, we're also asking for a new digital technician position in order to address the needs to provide content on all the new streaming platforms and technologies. And finally, we're a technology-intensive operation and will continue to need equipment replacement funding in order to meet our mission. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Whoops, this thing is really touchy.
Questions, comments? Ron, I know you weren't here yesterday for our work session, but we brought in this area of board oversight, not as a criticism, but just so that you can hear it directly from us as we look and consider how we can better structure and utilize the committee structure and be more efficient in our meetings and agenda, taking advantage of the services that you provide to further the outcomes that we and goals that we have for our students. I look forward to having more conversations with you on how we can be more present in what you do. Clearly, you have a great product. Hopefully the awards are just a confirmation of what you already know, that we're pleased with what we see, and so are others in the state. So we want to take advantage of the good work that you're doing and really get some more out of it. Other thoughts or comments?
If I could just respond to your comment,
Sure.
Madam President. I mean, we at Idaho Public Television are absolutely committed to doing whatever we can to help move the agenda and the initiatives of the state board forward. So please, reach out to us. We'd be happy to participate in any of the committees or anything else that would help make that happen.
That would be great. Jeff, anything you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam President, our next informational item is a report from the Center for Research on Educational Outcomes. And I think they have a report that they want to review with us. And welcome, and if you'd please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, Madam President, members, my name is Dr. Sophocles Goulas. I'm a researcher at the Center for Research of Education Outcomes at Stanford University. CREDO, the center, has a long history of more than 20 years in conducting rigorous evaluations of programs and
You'll
policies.
put this right in front of you. That will be helpful for those listening online.
Just move the mic. Yes.
Yep. There you go. Thank you.
As I was saying, CREDO has a long history in conducting rigorous program and policy evaluations of school choice policies in the U.S. Bloom Foundation commissioned CREDO to conduct an evaluation of charter schools in Idaho, and I'm here to present to you the results, a summary of the results of this report. There's a lag here. The presentation will focus on a couple of items. The two pillars of this presentation will be the demography of charter schools and the impact of charter attendance on student outcomes. In this table, we see a comparison of traditional public schools in Idaho, the charter schools in Idaho, and the share of traditional public schools whose students have transferred to charter schools. We call those traditional public schools feeder schools. we see in this table that charter schools enroll a higher percentage of white students compared to traditional public schools, and the part of traditional public schools that lose students to charter schools, the feeder schools. We also see charter schools enrolling a higher percentage of Native American students.
Real quick, a question?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you, that 4% for Native American students, I assume, reflects the fact that we have Chief Tagi Charter School on the reservation of the Shoban tribe, as opposed to a reflection of higher incidences of Native American students in our charter schools across the state.
That is correct. The table looks at all the charter schools, so it may not be representative of every school, but is representative of the sector as a whole.
But that one school, which is totally Native students, would skew that.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
The charter sector in Idaho has a lower percentage of students in poverty in comparison to traditional public schools and feeder schools. We see the percentage being 19%, while in TPS and feeders is 27% and 28% respectively. In the charter sector, we also see a lower percentage of ELL students, English language learners, compared to the public sector, the rest of the public sector. We also see a lower percentage of special education students and a lower percentage of Hispanic students. The percentage of Hispanic students in charter schools is half of that in traditional public schools and feeders. At the same time, it is worth noting that charter schools are smaller than traditional public schools and feeders, as we see from lower average enrollment. There we are. The impact evaluation of our study looks at the outcome of academic growth. It is important to evaluate schools on the ground of how much progress students make within the school. To do that, we compare prior year test scores to subsequent year test scores to understand how much academic progress is being made in 1 year of attendance in a particular school, in a particular system. To do that, we used test scores that came from OSB's data management team, and we're very grateful for this support. And we were able to obtain test scores for 56 charter schools in mathematics and 55 schools for reading. The numbers are sufficient for us to obtain measurements of the impact of charter attendance with statistical confidence. Now, I want to spend a minute to discuss about the methodology we use to evaluate the impact of charter attendance. For each charter school, we construct a virtual control record. This is capturing the growth, the academic progress each charter school would have achieved had they attended a traditional public school. So we're trying to construct a counterfactual, an appropriate comparison for each student. To do that, we look at the feeder schools, the pool of schools that lost students to charter schools. And for each charter student, we look for up to 7 matches that match the demography of the student and the prior performance, to make sure we capture similarity in all observable ways. From the point where we construct the virtual control record, we have essentially a twin study, a head-to-head comparison between charter students and what those students would have achieved in the traditional public school setting. In the study of charter schools in Idaho, we were able to find appropriate comparisons for 84% of charter students. This is a quite high number, as we have seen in other states. Now, let's see the results. In this graph here, we show the extra progress students in charter school make compared to what they would have made in the traditional public school setting. The zero line represents the growth of TPS, and the bars, the extra growth attributable to charter attendance. Even though the results are positive for both reading and math, only in reading we are confident that the result is positive in a statistical way. So in reading, we are confident to say that charter attendance is associated with increased academic progress that is equivalent to 24 additional days of learning. While in math, we conclude that the progress is similar in the statistical sense to the progress being made in the traditional public school setting. We break out the overall results of all students and all schools to different growth periods to understand if there is variation over time. We see that the significant results are driven by the 16-17 growth period. That is the growth period from 15-16 school year to 16-17 school year. While the impact of charter attendance associated with the growth period between 2014-15 and 2015-16 school year is the same as the progress made in the traditional public school setting. The next important breakout that we look into is by locale. Idaho is different from other states in that, according to the Census Bureau, there are parts of Idaho that are flagged as rural, even though Idahoans do not consider them as rural. So the pie chart on the screen shows that the proportion of students attending a charter school in a rural locale as flagged by the Census Bureau is much larger than what we see in other places. Here we see 26% of students attending a charter school in a rural locale. Here we see the results by locale. We see that for charter schools in urban, suburban, and town locales, the academic progress made in a charter school is similar to the academic progress made in the traditional public school setting. In rural areas, though, this is something striking, something we do not see in other states, that we have positive results. Charter schools in rural locales contribute to the academic progress of their students additional 30 days of learning in reading and 59 additional days of learning in math, compared to traditional public schools in corresponding locales. It is worth noting here that these results include all charter schools. This is important, as we will see later on. I will make a distinction. Next, we look how the grade configuration affects the impact of charter attendance. In elementary charter schools, we see no different academic progress made in comparison to the progress made in a traditional public school. This is different from what we see in other areas of the nation. Charter schools are usually found to have significant positive impact in early grades rather than later ones. This is not the case in Idaho. For middle schools, we see negative results. We see lower academic progress made in a charter school compared to a TPS, equivalent to 35 fewer days of learning. But it is worth noting we have a limited number of middle schools, schools that serve only middle grades. In high schools, we see no difference in the progress made compared to TPS. And now another peculiarity for Idaho. In multi-level charter schools, we see positive effects. In the rest of the nation, we see negative. Here, we see multi-level charter schools having a positive impact on academic progress equivalent to, I think, allow me to look at 24 additional days of learning in reading. An important breakout is regarding the delivery system of instruction. 25% of charter students in Idaho attend an online charter school. So it was important to look how these two delivery systems impact the academic progress of the students that attend each of them. We see that brick and mortar charters who deliver instruction in the traditional way are associated with positive gains in academic progress compared to TPS. The extra gains are equivalent to 30 and 35 additional days of learning in reading and math respectively. On the other hand, online charters do not offer positive gains to students. Although we see online charters offering the same academic progress in reading as TPS, in mathematics, we see students in online charter schools progressing 59 fewer days than they would in the traditional public school setting. So they are staying behind than where they would have been had they attended a traditional setting.
So this is fairly striking. Is there any associated analysis from your group on the whys of that? I mean, we can draw some of our own conclusions, but what would be some of your thoughts on this?
Credo has done a study on online charter schools a few years back. There are a series of reasons. Different effectiveness of the delivery system is, of course, a key driver here. We were also able to exclude a common argument made about mobility. We did not see mobility being a significant driver of the lower performance. But this study did not include Idaho. So for the particular students in Idaho, we do not have enough information to know why these students progress less than they would in the traditional setting. But it is worth noting that the results are half as negative as in the rest of the nation.
So the rest of the nation is 4 months less growth, where it's 2 months here?
Yes. Yes, and we also see negative in reading as well in the rest of the nation, while we see no difference in reading here.
So we're the least of the worst?
It appears so. It is also important to note that when we revisited an earlier breakout that we did by locale, because although online charters are assigned a locale flag based on their central office, this is done by NCS, when we excluded online charters from the locale breakout, we found positive results for the brick and mortar locales, for every locale that we looked at. Now, because charter schools are trying to do something to create innovation that hasn't been done before, and innovation never guarantees success 100% of the time, we know that usually the overall results mask important variation underneath. And this is the focus of the next section, where we look at school-level findings. This complicated box here tries to associate growth and achievement at the school level. There are two dimensions. The horizontal dimension looks at growth. So from left to right, we have low growth to high growth. The vertical dimension looks at achievement. So we have average achievement in the middle, and low achievement at the bottom, and high achievement at the top. So we break this big box in 4 smaller ones to understand how many schools fall in each bin. The upper right box contains the schools that exhibit high growth, positive growth, and achievement above average, above the 50th percentile. And we see in reading 66% of charter schools fall in that bin. So 66% of charter schools exhibit positive growth and above average achievement. This is much higher than we see in other locations. Now, the lower right box has the schools that have high growth and low achievement. Only 5% of charter schools are in this bucket here. We have seen from other work that we have done that these are usually charter schools that have high mobility, so they get new students all the time. They manage to offer them high academic progress, but the achievement, because of the constantly changing environment, remains low. The upper left part of this quadrant contains the schools that have low growth and high achievement. So those are usually schools that have achieved a level of performance that they are happy with, and they can allocate resources to specialized programs to complement education in a way that is not directly translated in progress in test scores. And we see around 10% of charter schools falling into that bin. Now, the real concern in this quadrant is the lower left. Schools that exhibit both low growth and low achievement. And we see roughly 20% of charter schools falling into that bin. The numbers were more pronounced for that box when we looked at online charters alone, and less so when we looked at brick and mortar charters, as you can imagine. Now that I explained how to read this graph, we can look the graph for math. Here we see roughly 59% of charter schools exhibiting positive growth and above average achievement. A small percentage, 2.4%, have high growth and low achievement. 17 have achieved the high performance and exhibit low growth. and an even higher percentage than in reading exhibit low growth and low achievements. It's 24% in math. Now, we want to look how charter schools impact the academic progress of particular slices of the student population. Because we know that different demographics are traditionally less advantaged, and we are concerned to see how charter attendance is associated with a mitigation of those gaps. Before I show the results, I want to make sure we're all on the same page on what we measure. Achievement gaps represent a difference in the amount of knowledge students have at some point in time. You can see that if you plot in 2 dimensions achievement over time, you can plot as a vertical line. You can measure the distance between the trajectory of different subgroups. To understand how charter attendance is associated with achievement gaps, we look at learning gaps. Learning gaps is the progress they make, how the trajectory changes from one point to the next, essentially the slope. Because if two student subgroups diverge over time, and one group may exhibit a lower learning gap than the other, the achievement gap widens. So it's essentially the learning gap that feeds the achievement gap. If two subgroups progress the same, the learning gap does not exist, but achievement gap remains because they do not converge. So it's about trajectories. Without further ado, I will go to the results. Now, it's important to find an appropriate comparison to use as a benchmark when we look at different subgroups. By convention, we use white students that are not poverty, not SPED, non-ELL, and attend a traditional public school. On the first column of this table, you see the subgroups that we evaluated. The second column looks at the benchmark group used to make the comparison. The third and fourth columns show the estimates of learning gap of that subgroup relative to the benchmark in TPS and charter. So let's take white students first. For white students in a charter school, we see the learning distance to be positive. So we see higher learning progress in a charter school for white students than in a TPS, which is significant in the statistical sense and equivalent to 24 additional days of learning. For white students in poverty, though, we do not see a significant effect of charter attendance on their academic progress, but we still see a learning gap of those students in the traditional public school setting. So our results highlight whether there exist learning gaps in the traditional public school, where these gaps are in the charter sector, and whether there is a difference. So we see a learning gap in the traditional public school setting for white students in poverty overall, Hispanic students in poverty, and special education students. In the charter sector, we see lagging, we see a negative learning distance for students in poverty, which is less than the respective distance, the respective learning gap in the traditional public school, but is not significantly different. Now, we still see persistent gaps in the charter sector for Hispanic students in poverty, special education students, which do not seem to be mitigated by charter attendance. The only groups that we see a lessening of the gap is Hispanic students, white students in poverty, where we see the gap not being there anymore, and for white students, where we see positive gains above those achieved in the traditional public school setting.
Question.
Yes, please.
Are there differences between student types in terms of which type of school they attend, so online versus brick and mortar?
For this analysis, no. We haven't done this breakout. This considers every charter school.
Thank you.
Now we know how to read this. We can move to math. Again, we see the student subgroups that we looked into, the comparison we used to measure the learning distance, then our estimates for the learning distance in the traditional public school setting, and the respective in charter. So we see learning gaps in the traditional public school setting for white students in poverty overall, Hispanic students in poverty, and special education students. We see some of those gaps persisting in the charter sector, particularly for white students in poverty overall, Hispanic students in poverty, and again, special education students. So for all the groups that the gap exists in the traditional public school for math, the gap still exists in the charter sector. The only group that charter attendance is associated with increased academic progress is white students. To summarize the results, we find positive and significant effects associated with charter attendance in reading, and positive but not statistically significant effects for math. An important highlight of our report was that brick and mortar charters offer positive learning gains to the students compared to the alternative TPS, but online charters not so much. When we looked at school-level effects, we found significant variation, in which there are very good news that the majority of charter schools are high-performing in terms of achievement and growth. Now, when we looked at the different student subgroups, we only found positive gains for white students, meaning that it is this subgroup of the population that is driving the positive effects that we find overall. The learnings we can get away from our work is that there are high performers in this landscape that the system could learn from, could expand, could scale, and at the same time there are threats, challenges, where additional focus is needed to make sure that there is a balance between opportunity offered, between equity and effectiveness in terms of measurable results. And as a final note, the results are in many aspects, on many dimensions, better than we see in other states. So it's important for the state to harvest the knowledge from those environments to improve and help the rest of the schools emulate their paradigm.
I'm going to take another run at my question.
Yes.
So I guess what I was trying to get to is, are there certain types of students who are more likely to attend a brick and mortar versus an online charter school? In other words, you know, would are students in poverty, for example, more likely to attend?
That's a question I can answer. Great, yes. Let me find this. Okay, here we are. So, I'm lucky, I predicted this question. So, in this table here, we compare the demography of brick and mortar charters and online charters. So, you can see that online charters are more likely to enroll students in poverty, special education students, and Native American students. Perhaps, as Member Clark mentioned, it could be the school. At the same time, we find online charters having larger enrollment as expected, a smaller share of white students, and a smaller share of Hispanic students attend online charters as opposed to brick and mortar charters.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I think there's a lot of good information here, particularly on closing gaps that we could utilize in what we look at as well. Emma?
I wonder if you have any conclusions or thoughts about the somewhat skewed demographics of the online or the charter schools having an effect on the performance in the public schools. That is, if most of the students who are white students and not in poverty are absent from a traditional school or not as heavily represented in a traditional school as they might be without their attendance at a charter school, does that make a difference in the quality of the education in the traditional school?
Our methodology allows for a head-to-head comparison between the progress students make in the charter school and what they would have made in the traditional public school. So in the absence of peer effects, which we do not know if having students of particular demography may affect the instruction of other demography. We do not know. But our analysis is trying the best possible to make sure that the estimates we arrive at are a result of charter attendance and not of any other student characteristics. This is the key here, that we compare apples to apples, trying to net out any other influence, any other baggage that students may come with, especially prior performance being one.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying, but is there any potential extraction of a difference that might occur due to the absence of a certain number of a certain type of schools or certain types of students in the average school? I understand you're comparing the student thing, but I guess I'm looking for the overall impact, which to me it seems if a larger number of highly achieving students attend a charter school as opposed to a public school, if that doesn't, if there is some effect there, I guess, and I just wondered if you had made a stab at looking at that
yes,
at any point.
I understand your question, and it's a very good one. It would require us, though, to look under the hood of those charter schools to understand why they're having the results that they do. And we haven't done that.
Okay, thank you.
Linda?
In your last, one of your last slides, one of the recommendations had to do with strengthening authorization. I'm wondering if there are best practices or practices that have been used other places that have strengthened the issues that you've raised here. If you might share those.
Yes, I can share my experience from Louisiana, where I was also the head researcher evaluating charter schools over there. What we learned is that extreme vetting of the schools is so important because there is path dependence. And when a school starts off low performing, it is usually really hard to turn around. So the more effort authorizers put early on, the more likely success is. And system-wide resources. System-wide resources being supported because we saw that, especially in New Orleans, where they have so many charter schools, problems always emerge, challenges always come to the schools. Having system-wide resources to help the schools cope with the challenges they will inevitably face makes success more likely.
Thank you.
Madam President, you're going to hate this, but this is clearly a report that needs to be referred back to Planning, Policy, and Government Affairs to maybe come back with recommendations about actions the full board might take. But having said that, for the full board, almost full board, to be exposed to the presentation of the report, I think was good.
Has this same report been given to the Charter Commission?
Yes.
Okay.
As well as the legislature. I think
Oh.
House, well, I shouldn't say legislature, House Ed, or House Ed, House and Senate Ed.
Good.
So again, I think there's some good lessons to be learned here. And as we are a board over public charters, this is important information for us, and I look forward to recommendations coming back. Thank you so much for
Thank you so
taking your
much.
time and your good work. Appreciate it.
Madam President, we still have two more presentations. I think the hour is such that maybe it makes more sense to go to lunch. I would suggest an abbreviated lunch. As you might notice, your quorum is slowly evaporating, and I would suggest to you that at 1 o'clock it will completely evaporate. So I would suggest an abbreviated lunch, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so can I, what sort of time do we think we have? Do we have any sense of with our last two items? I mean, if we're not too far away, it might make more sense to proceed.
Maybe I should hear from the folks that want to talk about the speech and language pathology. Is it short? Why don't we go through that then, if they're available and ready to do that quickly. Please come forward and just identify yourself for the record.
And it's also been suggested that we could have a working lunch eat while we listen. But let's see how we are with this and Byron at the end there. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Kayla Wern, and I'm a speech therapist in the Coeur d'Alene School District. And I've never done this before, so I'm just kind of nervous. I am here to represent SLPs, speech language pathologists, across the state of Idaho. I've been asked to be on a committee of 8 of us that are looking to improve the working conditions of SLPs in the state. And today I just want to bring forward some recommendations that we, as a team, kind of established. So the first, so a lot of the information coming through the slides is based off of a survey that was conducted in January of this year. It was sent out to superintendents of every district in the state, and then was forwarded on for the SLPs to fill out. The most objective data that was received is caseload size, employment data, their status, and then school district identification, those types of things. Subjective data included workload factors, which really is, for us as SLPs, more important than the actual caseload number, because the number doesn't mean anything depending on what the student, how the student is or what the school is, and what your placement is like. So based on this information, like I said, we established just a list of short-term and long-term recommendations. You can see here the districts that were represented. So short-term recommendations, starting with the high schools. I don't think a lot of high schools students even know what a speech therapist is unless it was something they participated in. And so we agreed that that was something that is easy to do when you have a career fair at a middle school or high school. I know in Coeur d'Alene they do middle school career fairs. And the ASHA website, the American Speech Language Hearing Association, they offer free career recruitment tools on their website. It's a free, easy thing to do just to spread the word that this is a thriving profession and we're starving for SLPs. We need help and we need SLPs who want to be in Idaho. So that's one recommendation. Working with the universities is something that we talked a lot about at our last meeting. So Idaho State is currently our only program, but they do have like a sister campus or whatever they call it at Meridian. We feel that most of the students are, well, it shows, only 18 of the 58 students currently enrolled in the graduate program at Idaho State are local. What ends up happening then is that they don't stay local. They graduate and leave. So working with universities to set up some types of incentives for making them want to stay local and stay in Idaho and serve our students here. Let me see what my notes are. So working with career counselors to give students opportunities to meet and learn about speech pathology. ISU needs to accept candidates to their SLP programs who are from the area or from the areas that require staffing. So target those high schools in areas that are really low on SLPs and encourage them to, go to ISU and attend the program. Right now, it's an incentive for colleges to accept out-of-state because it costs more money, and so they make more money to accept out-of-state. Well, that ends up hurting us kind of in the long run with getting people to stay put. Next, let's see. So the current stats, as you can see at the bottom, I'm not sure what that 410 is. I didn't make this PowerPoint, sorry. I'm just local, so I was asked to present it. SLP students working towards a bachelor's degree, 4 current students on the pre-SLP pathway for the fall semester, and 2 students transferring to ISU to complete their actual degree. So only 2 currently at Boise State looking to transfer. That's a pretty small number. So long-term recommendations, this is where everything's going to be long-term, really. The most impact is going to take time and a lot of work on our part and the board's part and the legislature's part, in our opinion. Grad programs are super expensive, and we come out getting paid what a teacher makes when we're required to have a graduate degree and a teacher doesn't. So often our student loans are significantly higher than that of a teacher because of that grad school piece. So we talked about possibly offering stipends to keep locals at local grad programs, or loan forgiveness if you continue to work in the state of Idaho after graduating from Idaho for a certain amount of time. Competitive wages, like I was saying, we are not a teacher, and we're often considered one on the pay scale. This was just some information we collected, that classroom teachers are required to have a bachelor's degree, and their certificate renewal is $75 every 5 years. We have multiple certificates that we have to maintain to work in the schools in Idaho that are significantly more expensive than what a teacher is expected for their certificate renewal. I'm in no way like downplaying a teacher. That is not my intent. Sometimes it comes out as we're trying to compete, and that is not what we're trying to do. We're just trying to explain that we're not teachers. Most people call us a speech teacher, and that is not what we are. We are speech language pathologists, and we are a different profession. Caseload caps. This is so true to my heart. I think, in my opinion, this is the first thing that should be considered when trying to attract and maintain SLPs in the state of Idaho. We have to control the number of students we're expected to see. The higher number of students we're expected to see, the lower progress we're making. And I'll get to it, but for the survey, it was, let me go back to what it said. It was roughly 35% of the people who filled out the survey had said that they were unsatisfied with their job currently as an SLP in the state of Idaho, and a similar percentage has a caseload over 60. So it really correlates. Those of us with really high caseloads are struggling to not burn out, and that's just something that needs to be considered. There are 22 states in the nation currently that have a caseload cap of 60 or less, and you can see here that there are quite a few SLPs that fill out the survey who are seeing significantly more than 60. So you can see 90 plus. There's 8 SLPs in the state seeing more than 90 students on their caseload. SLPAs, which are like paras but A's, who actually have training. I'm not sure you're aware of how much we rely on paras to see students for us while we do paperwork. Our caseloads are so high that we are unable to see all our students and get the paperwork completed. And that kind of goes along with that workload that I was talking about. We bill Medicaid, we do all the IEPs, we have so many meetings that we rely on paras who are untrained to provide services. So this would be a Band-Aid, but having an SLPA who's actually trained to provide those services would make a significant difference for that workload. But currently there's no programs available unless they're online and far away. So those people who get their SLPA degrees aren't near here and often we don't attract them. That's not something, even in Coeur d'Alene, we don't hire SLPAs. Like, that's not even a position that we employ. We just use paras, which they're great, but they're not trained and require a ton of training. So overall, this was just really wanting to bring to your attention the significant need that SLPs are facing in the state. We are drowning, a lot of us, and we want to do our best job, and we can't do it the way that the conditions are right now. So these were just some suggestions we wanted to bring to your attention, and like I said, I would be quick because I was super nervous. I also have a list to bring back to that workload. They would just ask me to hand this out to you guys. They're just one copy because there's lots that kind of goes over what our day looks like and what our workload entails. It's not just the number of students we see, and that's something that we don't want to get forgotten. So does anyone have any questions about that?
We can transfer information to the PSC and department, and I mean, beyond that, I don't know. Matt, anything? Richard?
Madam President, I think obviously ISU I've been seeing the presentation as well, where they produce the graduates, and I'm certain they're considering that. I think in general, we probably ought to ship the report off to URSA for it to sort through and see what action items are ours and what are not. I'm trying to make sure that these things go to committees that I don't ever expect.
Yeah.
Or that we never can have a 3-item meeting again.
Well, I noticed it was a little short this time, Linda. So.
Madam President, I would just say that over the last 45 years, I know school districts have worked on this issue. The local board determines the allocation of FTE. That's a very challenging thing. It would be impossible for the state board for 115 school districts and 55 charters to determine how many FTE go to SLPs. I also know that in some districts, the speech language pathologists are not on the teacher salary scale, that in fact they have developed alternate scales that better reflect the reality of that work. So I'm in a little bit of a quandary as to what the board can actually do, but I'm more than willing to have the committee look into it. It is a very real need. The loads are obscene. The work is very hard and very complex, but I think an awful lot of this does rest with the local decision-making.
A question, though, about the program itself. Is it oversubscribed at ISU? Are there more people that apply than we can take care of? Is there any way we can expand the program capacity, or that's not? Anyway, it's just an open question, I think.
And also how many you're turning away. What I'd like to know what that oversubscription is. I'd like to see some numbers, maybe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we
do it? Byron, you with us?
Absolutely.
you want to keep
Whatever,
going?
Richard,
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Madam President, thank you for being here with me. Is Casey Bender. I grew up in a large family, and my mom always said brevity is a virtue. So we're going to try to be virtuous today with this presentation.
We want you to be virtuous near a microphone because we want to hear what you're saying.
I was using my principal's
Thank you.
voice. So thank you again for us being here. As I said, next to me is Casey Bender from Strategy 360. Very, very briefly, the Next Steps website was first created by federal dollars on the College Access Challenge Grant. When those dollars went out, the state board continued the website. The focus originally was 8th grade through 12th grade, and that has continued. As the years have gone by, the Next Steps website has been important to promote state board initiatives like direct admissions and Apply Idaho, and to be a repository of information. In 2017, the Workforce Development Task Force made a recommendation to use the Next Steps website to possibly expand the audience. With that, Strategy 360 began some research on what that might look like, and Casey's going to provide the information for you.
Madam President, board members, thanks for having me here today. I'm excited to present both the project and the recommendations to you today. I do want to just add to what Byron stated in terms of background. I did want to just make sure that it is clear we work together with a project team from the state board and the Workforce Development Council, as well as bringing in members of the education community and industry early on in our workshopping process over the last 6 months to get their input as well. So I hope what you'll see here will show that broad perspective that we've been able to gain. And I wanted to echo something that Ron said in his presentation, that now more than ever, we're working with more agencies, more community partners than ever, and we feel strongly that the results will be exciting and meaningful for Idahoans. So thanks again for having me here today. Okay, I'm just gonna skip through these slides because Byron already covered most of that. Okay, so to talk about the process a little bit, this is the process that we've followed, like I said, over the last 6 months. We began with a brand workshop, and this was just the first. There were actually 2 workshop sessions where, as I mentioned, we brought in educators, people from industry to talk about what are the needs and who are the expanded audiences. As Byron mentioned, the Next Steps website was initially developed with the 8th to 12th grade audience in mind, and because it was developed under the College Access Challenge Grant, was initially more focused on going on to college, though over time we've worked very hard to build up the CTE content, the content for students seeking to go directly to jobs, all those options over time. But The specific question we had in mind was how could the Next Steps website and brand, and could it be expanded to include content for adult audiences? So through this workshopping process, we identified some key objectives, which are to reposition Next Steps, or examine how we could reposition Next Steps to focus on providing resources that will build a stronger workforce in Idaho, meeting the needs of an expanded audience. We must work together and trust the strengths of each agency, understanding that progress is a connected, continuous, and sometimes cyclical journey between education and work. So that's how we started thinking about our audiences and how the brand might need to expand. Also, in terms of brand, our story needs to be inclusive, clearly articulating that no one pathway is universal. We must build credibility by representing people from every walk of life and providing everyone opportunities to thrive. It's our responsibility, meaning Next Steps, this is kind of the perspective. It's our responsibility to connect people to the resources that exist. It's crucial to distinguish that Next Steps is not just a repository for information, tools, and resources, but the content is curated, clear, and purposeful with achievable actions. And we want to leverage the brand equity previously built while instilling confidence in the potential for supporting new audiences with relevant and actionable content. So through this brand architecture and naming stage, and the verbal and visual brand identity piece, we really thought about, can we use the existing Next Steps brand to reach expanded audiences? Do we need to have sub-brands? How are we going to approach this problem and make it relevant for everyone? So those were the kinds of perspectives that we took. Deliverables. Okay, so to start, as I mentioned, we considered who might be in our expanded audiences. As I've mentioned previously, the site was initially developed for those in the 8th to 12th grade audience, and largely the existing content has been focused on post-secondary bound students, whether they're looking for a certificate, 2-year or 4-year degree. There's definitely a lot of content for those students. So we want to expand out that 8th to 12th grade audience to include non-post-secondary bound audiences, adults in transition at any point in their life, connectors and influencers. And these are personas that we have developed to kind of help our team, and we developed these with the project team, help our team think through what might Blake need as he transitions from the military to a career. Is he going to need to go back to school for any further training? Is he going to need to understand how his military skills apply to the workforce? What is he going to need? You know, how does Christina look at her future? She maybe wants to go to college but isn't sure that that's for her right now. What could she do now to advance her career? And so on. I won't go through all of them because I don't want to stand between you and food. So the next slide, we developed this. This next slide is just this is one piece of the brand position and narrative. There, as I told Byron, I've boiled 40 slides down into this one slide. So I am actually going to read it to you because I feel like it's powerful. Our group felt it was very powerful and states what we want to do with this project. And also I love to read aloud. So the brand position is success starts with taking a step, and we're here to help Idahoans find the next step that's right for them. The narrative is, Next Steps Idaho believes in the power of connecting to what's possible. We know that with access to information, students and adults alike can realize meaningful change and bright futures in work, education, and life. That is what we're here to help them achieve, and our commitment to their success is strong. We see an Idaho that's thriving, with its citizens fulfilled in a learning environment and or career, providing for themselves and their families, and contributing to our state's competitiveness and prosperity. We see a vibrant economy that's fueled by a highly skilled and educated workforce. We see an Idaho where people have made informed choices about their future, and we recognize that we can play a key role in how that happens. We are committed to meeting Idahoans where they are, as their education and career interests change, and as life circumstances present new opportunities and obstacles. We challenge the notion that the path to education and or career is always a straight one. Acknowledging its turns and stops and starts requires us to be flexible in our work and in the resources that we offer. We will be steadfast advocates here to provide guidance, connection, and a clear path for all Idahoans to realize their full potential. It just makes me feel good every time I read it.
Yeah.
So the Next Steps brand traits, which are adapted a little bit from what they initially were, are now, or maybe, inclusive, accessible, optimistic, credible, flexible, and connected. Those brand traits will be played out in the visual identity, in the verbal, in the content, the way we write and present Next Steps. We'll be constantly thinking of these things in the back of our minds. We did a little, very minor refresh to the visual identity as well. This is really in the weeds. We added a dark teal color to the palette, which adds a little bit of balance and sophistication, so that would be a little bit more for adult audiences. I put this slide in because when we talk about creative and brand work, that is oftentimes what people want to see are the pretty pictures. So you can see how the brand might be applied for a younger audience. This turns out you can't major in selfies. We have actually used in some of the promotion for the Next Steps already. And then success starts with taking a step a little bit more for the adult audience. We've worked out a little bit on this visual identity, some of the imagery that might be used for adults and how that differs from the imagery we use for the students. We also changed some font stuff, but I'll leave that there. So the next phase in the process was developing some sample information architecture that we could test with the adult audience to see if what we were considering for a new website would work for them, if it made sense to them. But we also wanted to do some of the foundational research that we've done for the Next Steps website with students. We wanted to better understand what are their questions, what are their barriers to returning to school, where to taking the next step in their career, and what are they concerned about. So there's some key findings, both that I'm going to show you here on the next slide, and there are some things that you wouldn't see in the memo. We'll start with those. But to begin, 27 people from around the state, from all different backgrounds, in terms of a mix of rural, suburban, and city populations, a mix of education levels and income levels. We talked to people from all those different backgrounds. What we found really exciting, in addition to what you'll see here, is that the research really confirms the brand work. We need to make the site inclusive and recognize that education and career don't have defined stages and are often cyclical. So there's not quite the straight line that maybe we see in K through 12 education, that this can be something that folks enter in and out of throughout life. And adult users' needs may be different at different points, but are not as well defined, again, as I said, by the phases of life as they may be for high school students. So in terms of motivations and barriers, the role of cost and money can't be underestimated. I think we hear that from student audiences as well, but this is certainly something that the adults return to over and over again when answering the questions we had. And they are considering both the direct costs of furthering their education or getting more training and the opportunity costs. How am I going to fit this into my life and meet my current obligations? Adults have no doubt that having some kind of post-secondary training and credential is important. That was exciting. They have a limited understanding of career and technical education, so we see a big opportunity for that education. There's a strong belief that anyone can be a student regardless of age or stage of life. This goes back to that sort of cyclical notion that they think they can be students now, and that's great. We were happy to hear that. There's good familiarity with internships and apprenticeship opportunities and the merits of each. There's definitely room to expand adults' understanding of the apprenticeships, not only what kinds of apprenticeships are available, but where they can find information to those. So this was the information architecture that tested best of the three options that we presented. So the first option was, and the most distinct option, was one that started off by categorizing the information by audience, and this version categorizes the information by topic area, except for the by students, but I'll talk about that in a minute. So this one, people felt made them less defined. They were able to explore the information and not feel like they were locked into the for adults bucket. And that just came through over and over again. As I've mentioned, people see this education and training is something that happens throughout life, not at one defined stage. And they didn't want to be defined by, I am simply a grown-up or a kid. So that was really interesting, and that's why this one stands out to us. We did keep the for students section because in the research that we've done with students, we found that the way they navigate the Next Steps website, given the probably 4 different ways they can navigate to the resource library, they 9 times out of 10 simply select for students in the drop-down and look for what they need. So we felt it was important to keep that section for them, though it may need to be retitled something clearer. Other research findings for IA and navigation, as I mentioned, this one that categorizes the information by topic buckets versus audiences, definitely the most popular. The desire to have information about how to pay for education and training up front was regularly mentioned. That's not currently in the navigation. That's probably more of a content challenge, but is important to remember. The term education and training was felt to be too broad. We need to find a way to break that down a little. It's definitely something that we use on the existing Next Steps website as well to avoid categorizing all education as college only. So it's interesting that we might need to consider how we tweak that language to make more sense to people. We tested a variety of desired features that we thought might be interesting, that the work group identified as potentially interesting for adults. And the most desired features were a live chat, a resume generator, and some time to completion features that would help adults estimate how long it would take to attain a specific credential. Of less interest, though we found it interesting, is that personal stories of others who've had success, adults felt were less relevant. We oftentimes talk about students and how they want to see video of others who've had success, but adults said that was a nice to have, but not a need to have. So in terms of recommendations for site structure and content expansion, what we're recommending is one comprehensive site that uses highly developed navigation to connect all Idahoans with the resources to answer their questions. So the site may point different audiences to a common resource page where the content provides details for each specific audience to take an action or next steps. We considered lots of options, and you may have heard Byron at some point describe what I used to call the umbrella theory, which was we would just point people, 4 adults would go on this side of the umbrella, and 4 students would go on this side of the umbrella. But we've really found that we think this one comprehensive site with cross-indexed information is going to actually work best for most audiences. The new site would leverage existing content for existing audiences because we still want to serve them as well. There'd be a significant focus on financial concerns. There's a great deal of need for content discovery and development in the area of financial resources for adults. It's not as clear as financial resources for traditional high school graduates. That the organization is not rigidly tied to a specific stage of life or age, that we keep navigation and content language clear and conversational, avoiding jargon throughout. That's important. Adults have the same kind of challenges understanding the jargon like career technical education, what that means, they're not sure. So continuing with that clear and conversational language will be important, and a continued focus on making the site ownership, as in the state of Idaho, clear to give the site credibility is important for both student and adult audiences, and that images that reflect the expanded audiences will be incorporated. I promise I have like 2 slides left. A variety of features here that we've just put in a sample list. This is certainly not everything. In the first phase that I'll show you on the timeline, we would work with our project team to come up with the final list of what features we would want to include in this next round. So a couple of things that came out in the conversation that were of interest were a variety of decision tree kinds of questionnaires to help users determine where they are in life and what resources they want to explore to take the next step to achieving their goal. So if they land on the site and they only have a general idea of either where they are or where they want to go, having a couple of very short questionnaires to help them figure out, you may want to read this resource on apprenticeships or career technical education in your region, based on where they select they live, things like that, that could help them navigate the content without having to know exactly where to go when they arrive at the site. As I mentioned, those time to completion features were really People had a lot of interest in those. Direct links to career exploration and job tools available through the Department of Labor. Searchable list of scholarships expanded to include more opportunities for adult students, and also I think expanding on some of the functionality that we have on the existing scholarship listing on the Next Steps website. A resume generator tool that gives users a direct connection to a real person who can answer their questions, as well as some robust FAQ documents. I think we all recognize the challenge in a live chat kind of situation, but there may be a way to find a middle ground between sending an email and having somebody available 24/7. Future Finder expansion to make the quiz more relevant to adults, and the Reality Check, which is a former CIS tool, kind of rebuilding that to make it more relevant to adults as well. And those are kind of ongoing and separate conversations, but would be interesting to this audience. So here's the timelines and costs. So the content strategy and development is really the thing that's going to take the longest. I mentioned a couple of areas where the content for adults is a little bit less clear than it is for students. This has been an area of focus that's pretty new for a lot of the agencies. I think we could probably agree on this is something that people are starting to talk about more and more at agencies in industry. You know, how are we going to connect people to what exists? I think the question is still what exists. So there's a lot of work to be done there. That would take 12 to 16 weeks. Then we would move into design, user experience, and testing project that would take 8 to 12 weeks. And then once all of that work was done, we would turn it over to a web development team to actually build the site, test it, and launch it, which would take 1 to 2 months. The estimated cost you'll see is a range for each of these, because without going through that first piece of the work to determine what exactly the project team wants included in the first round of development, we can't put a number on design, web development, or any of those things. So we estimate the cost would be between $125,000 and $175,000 and could be completed in about a year. So just my quick notes, a detailed work plan showing the tasks to be completed by week would be submitted to the project team for each phase of the project, and then I explained the cost range presented. And with that, Madam President, I'll stand for questions.
I think where we are now has been highly successful, and we've had a lot of positive feedback, which isn't to say that we're done, obviously, or that we don't need to do any more. Matt, would you like to?
Well, board members, I just, you know, as Byron kind of introduced the subject, this was a recommendation of the Workforce Development Task Force, I guess, 18 months ago or so, to expand the scope of Next Steps beyond the current target audience of 8th grade to 12th grade. And so this is, you know, we tasked Strategies 360 to do the research behind that, to what it would look like while protecting the brand of Next Steps. And so really it was just to get a sense of, you know, feedback or from the board in terms of where we're headed with this, and if you have concerns about, again, expanding the current scope, now would be the time for us to know that. And in terms of the project budget that Casey just went through at the end there, that's something that's, you know, we would be in conversations with Workforce Development Council and possible funding there for site development, because it's certainly not in our budget currently. So just putting that out there.
Emma?
I think it looks very well done, very, very professionally done. I think it will give a lot of people an option or an opportunity to look at options that they need desperately. So I hope that we'll go further with this and get it up and running.
Madam President, I think the Workforce Council is very committed to this as a tool, and I think they'll probably look favorably upon at least partially supporting it, if not fully.
Okay. Byron, did you have a comment? Okay. Other thoughts and think you sense that we're supportive and want to be more in whatever ways that looks like. I don't know exactly, other than go fight, win. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate the information, and it is an overview. And as you will recall, almost a year ago, when the staff Department of Labor came over with the career CIS part, as we have imagined this process, and as we have looked at retooling the career information resources that we have with it, I initially was a little bit reluctant with it, but I would tell you over the last year, and with the evidence that we've had in the collaboration, I think there's great possibilities for this. I think there's a great need for it. I think it has to be considered to be durable, meaning and adequate funding and resources. It will challenge our ability to connect with different agencies and resources in a positive way. And I think that all has advantages for all the people in Idaho, whether they're students or job seekers or adults. So we look forward to some sort of direction.
Well, I think I'll speak for everyone and say we agree with that assessment. So, Mr. Chair?
Madam President, this concludes the Planning and Policy and Government Affairs agenda, and I am most grateful for Dr. Hill for allowing me to present.
We do have, I won't call it business, but one remaining item before.
Do you need a motion to adjourn?
Before that, but we'll let that float in the air for a minute that it's been out there. We have two board members, as you all know, that are over on the side crying that this is their last meeting. And I want to start on, I know Matt and I would, open it up to others here at the table to add on. Richard, I believe this is your 12th year, is that correct?
Plus, yeah.
Okay, and Don, 10? And I don't know, I'm a little nervous that perhaps the state of Idaho should be more worried that you're going off than they are, leaving the rest of us to figure this out. As a new board member, I know that I look to both of you for expertise and guidance and help, and had appreciated that. And just over the years, your dedication and all of those wonderful adjectives that are that we throw out there, but really in a sincere way. Thank you very much for my time working with you and others. And for the state and for those in the room. I'll lead off with truly a sincere heart of gratitude for all that you've done. Matt.
Well, so over the course of almost 20 years, I've had the good fortune of working with several remarkable leaders and public servants who are gifted with a keen intellect and quick wit. And their deft use of humor lightens tense discussions and puts at ease those who may be intimidated by a policy-setting environment. One of those individuals is the former Representative Maxine Bell, who is the longtime co-chair of the Powerful Joint Finance Appropriations Committee. The other, as you may have already guessed, is Richard. And in fact, one of my most favorite memories is of both of them involved in exchange between the two. Richard was president of the board at the time, and he was giving the annual board presentation to JFAC during Education Week. And several times during his remarks, he referenced that, or he mentioned that his father was supposed to be in the room attending his presentation. And at one point, Representative Bell interrupted and noted that Richard's older brother, Russ, had entered the room. And Richard stated that Ada County must have a lax work release program. To which Representative Bell remarked that you may have enjoyed your last holiday family dinner. To which Richard replied, that assumes I enjoyed the first one. And Representative Bell said, touche. And there are very few people who could get the last word with Representative Bell, but Richard pulled it off. Richard, just, you're no nonsense. You call it as you see it, but he cares deeply about education and doing what's in the best interest of students. He's faithfully served on the board for 12 years, as Debbie noted, dedicating hundreds of hours and thousands of miles traveling from his beloved Preston to help improve Idaho's education system. What a remarkable and noble cause. So Richard, now that you have more free time, I got you a box of golf balls so you can practice your game. Not that I'm suggesting you need practice. And I'm told that these golf balls will go out of bounds just as well as the expensive ones. As you all know, over the course of Don's 10 years on the board, he only missed one meeting. And I'm not talking about just regular meetings. I'm talking about all of the special meetings that we enjoyed over that time as well. And only water intrusion into his house this past winter
Have a new roof.
precluded that perfect attendance. And I think this really exemplifies his remarkable commitment and dedication to education. If you know Don, you know that public service is a matter of honor and duty for him. The resolution passed by NIC was a gracious and fitting tribute. It chronicled his many, many years of selfless service to the Coeur d'Alene community and schools and to the state. And Don shares the no-nonsense character trait like that of Richard, yet he's also a genuinely kind and gentle man. He's deeply loyal to the board, to me and my staff, and a friend to us all. During my 9+ years working for the board, Don and I have had an ad hoc two-man book club, I guess I would say. In each board meeting, we usually compare our recent or current reads, and Don is always quick to pass along a copy of something he thinks I might enjoy. Now to be perfectly honest, it's more of a one-sided book club because Don is a voracious reader, and I read a lot for work, but not as much recreationally as I wish I could. So I don't often have the chance to reciprocate passing a book along to Don because we enjoy the same genre, and he's usually already read what I might have to share. So, Don, I have a book for you. It's a remarkable story about three brothers who served active duty during World War II. If you've already read it, feel free to return it and find something new you can recommend to me. So, on behalf of my staff, I thank you both for your service.
Emma.
Gee, I agree with everything that's been said about these two characters. They've been a role model for me. I can't match Don's calm demeanor and always soothing approach to everything, nor Richard's wit. But I do have some concern about what they are going to be doing for the next couple of years. So I have brought them both a little guide for the next couple of years. Just a gentle reminder that life after the board does exist. And I hope you'll open them and allow me to consider this as good advice. Yeah.
Happy, wild, and free.
Linda.
Well, I have a slightly different perspective than some members of the board in that I had the good fortune as a school superintendent to work with them on some other projects, notably the task force for K-12, and came to respect both of them immensely as a practitioner. But I had no idea how much I would come to respect them until I became a member of this board. I told them both this morning that I didn't think they had any idea how much they would be missed. Their wise counsel and keeping us on track, it has really, really been important. And I think there'll be many times in our deliberations to come when we'll wish we were able to hear their voice. So thank you very much for all of your service. It's been a genuine pleasure to serve with you.
You're also very kind. I think that we probably could have been roasted. And I'm sure there are people out there that would like to roast us, but this is bittersweet. Being a board member is certainly hard to explain to somebody. I didn't really know what I was getting into, and it's can be a lot of work, but it's certainly rewarding when things happen like they're supposed to happen. It's frustrating when, after 10 years on the board, things you thought you solved aren't solved and come back to be looked at again. But it's been a great experience, and I wish you all the best. You're wonderful people, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
As for what I'm going to do, Emma, Ron, I want to know about those unfulfilled engineering jobs, and especially the training part. I remember very vividly the kind of the big climax question of the group that interviewed me before I accepted this job, and it was, "Gosh, what do you describe your legacy?" And I laughed out loud, really, and I thought at the time, this isn't about legacy. And what I thought I would do is spend a few years, make a small contribution to an enterprise I believed in. And that's exactly how it's turned out. The only thing I didn't really expect was the really wonderful people I'd made on the way and the good friends I'd make. And the other thing that surprised me a little bit, Matt, was the quality of the board staff, particularly the Chief Financial Officer and Executive Director. But I can say without reservation, it's as good a group of people as I have ever worked with. Not only competence, but dedication, hard work, they're good folks. So thank you all. I appreciate you putting up with us. And Don and I are considering a joint enterprise. I don't know what it is just yet. But thank you very much.
I think it's somewhat ironic that our meeting was prolonged to honor Richard and Don. But we're so good with it.
And we'll motion to adjourn.
We are so good with it. Is there a second to that motion? Emma, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.